different sites to pull different information from to give me almost everything that I need. But I think you're right. It'll get better with time because it's only been like 3.5 weeks for me. So
yeah, I agree. Definitely. Like again, I said it like 3 times like when I started. But I'm a type of person who will sit in front of his computer after work and just really like learn this because I have the time to do so. But just like how you would start a new job and you had to be trained on it, and then it's a little slow at first and understanding what you're looking at. Once you keep doing this and through repetition, like Ms. Holmes was saying, you're gonna have the eyes, and you're gonna be able to see things very quickly. Like again, some people don't chart, but for the charters, they will see something immediately and do their whole strategy, and within like 10 minutes they'll be like, okay, this looked like something I need to keep my eye on. And then there's people who have their alerts. So as you continue to look at these things and go through the motions of navigating whichever app or brokerage or website you use, it becomes quick. So breaking down the business, for an example, once you go through, the A to Z on like how to learn that and what subject matters you should be looking at for a business, before you know it, after you do repetition, you probably be able to do that in 15 minutes. You'd be like, okay, boom, this is a great business. Let me put this on my watch list. Let me keep my eye on it. And let me even ask the Patreon what they think about it. And then you'll see, you'll get information you did not even expect. People would even straight up say like, "Oh, look at this! This play is amazing." You're like, "Okay, I didn't even know that. Let me go take a look at that." It's amazing what you find when you ask those questions.
All right, I want to take a question here. I got Trevor. Is that correct? Put your hand up. Did you have a question?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Oh, okay, all right. Shamika? Hakeem?
I don't think they lowered their hands from when you asked anyone who's been here.
All right.
Okay.
Sorry. So I actually had a question. Sorry.
Go ahead.
So a lot of time, well, thanks, Goodwin, for doing something like this. We really appreciate it. I've done the Trapper Master course. I did it like before I even joined the Patreon, just because I wanted the information first before understanding getting into the plays or anything of that sort. My major issue is, I wouldn't call it an issue, let's say advantage, but disadvantage is that I'm in the Caribbean. So all those platforms that you guys are talking about, we don't have access to those. We actually are able to use interactive brokers, right? So a lot of times I'm trying to see, like, for example, out of the course, I don't want to say it to anyone who hasn't done it. You saw we did the data details. We was able to find if it's at discount and different stuff. Somebody could shake their head if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, say that again.
So when Trapper went through the master course, right? And he was showing how he wanted to find out the discount of the contract, and he selected details.
Oh yeah.
Right. So because I was trying to find it on interactive brokers, a lot of time I'm trying to see if anyone in the group is using interactive brokers and see how we can find that. Right. So that's kind of hard because we don't have none of your Thinkorswim or Child Swap or we don't have access to none of those. We have to use interactive brokers.
Is interactive brokers, is that an app? What is that?
Interactive brokers is the only, is the largest international broker that allows persons, non-US citizens or non-US, you can open up somebody in the US can actually open an account, can trade by US stocks. So they're always having commercials on CNBC, but you can Google it, interactive brokers. But you can't find that detailed part, that detailed chart. So I'm always saying, how is it that you're able to track? Yeah, Patrice said she used it, right? So how is it that you're able to track
options price, like how to track the options price, so you can see if it's at discount?
Correct.
I would say try to call them.
Okay. Okay. And then my only other question, I mean, I placed this in the group one time and I realized like nobody answered it. I don't know if it's like an ant's nest, but in the course, let me see how I could say it without divulging too much information. But in the course, Trap looked at a percentage on bar chart, right? And he looked at that 52-week percentage, but he never made reference back to it. He just said, okay, look at that 52-week percentage. And then he went down to the resistance points and different stuff. Is there any relevancy of that 52-week percentage?
I think you might, in that question right there,
On
you might
bar
want
chart?
to find.
It was on bar chart. So when you go to the master course, and he did the video where he was telling you how to look for your third point of resistance. And then he also, before that, he said the 52-week, he said, look at this 52-week, and he showed it. It was like, as you scroll down, he showed the 52-week. He told you to record that percentage, not the percentage he told you to divide, not that one. I'm talking about the first one. He showed a percentage, and he said, take note of that, but he never made reference to why you take note of that percentage.
I think he was talking.
Week high? That's
Yeah, that's what I think he was talking about.
Use the word 52.
Yeah, the 52-week high, right? Remember, there was a percentage next to it. He never made reference to why he said it. I mean, I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
I think he was talking about like the 5% from the 52-week high. So like you don't want to get a stock right or buy an option if a stock is right at its 52% high, because usually it'll pull back 5% from that before it either keeps going lower or breaks above the 52-week high and makes another one. I think that's what he was talking about.
Okay, fair enough.
Correct.
I get
Yeah,
that.
that makes more sense.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So yeah, thank you guys. Really appreciate it. I mean, if anybody from time to time is using interactive and is seeing something that you can drop in there, like I said, we can't use it. We don't have access to E-Trade and other those things without having a social security. Then it would be a plus.
But you do have a platform to do options on?
Yes, interactive allowed. Yeah, interactive allowed it. So I have my buy and hold, and then I open up a separate account just for my options trading. So yes, it allows everything on interactive trading. It's actually great, actually.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
How many of you guys have actually used the triple beam? And I'm about to go through I've been in the Patreon for like 3 weeks now, but I haven't went through the triple beam. It took a little bit for it to get sent to me. But yeah, how many of you guys have actually used it? Has it been, I know some people were having problems with it, but just want to get an indication.
I've used it.
Yeah, I use it, but don't use it to try to find option prices or anything like that. That is strictly just to find the value of a company for buy and hold. And truthfully, that's the main reason why I got in Master of the Triple Beam. Like I got in the beginning of 2023, and it was just to get the access to the Triple Beam to help me become a better buy and hold investor. And then I just started getting more into the options. But do not use the Triple Beam for trying to find option prices and stuff like that. That is strictly buy and hold.
And if I can add to that, some of the prices that the triple beam give you is really low. I put some, I don't know who asked that question a while back, some other options that you can use. Obviously, I use 3 things. I use an EV spreadsheet or enterprise value spreadsheet. I use the intrinsic value calculator from Alpha Spread, and then I also chart for imbalances. So because the triple beam, sometimes like a stock that's $160, the triple beam might give it a buy-in price of $40-something.
Right.
you're gonna be waiting forever for that.
Right.
I'm just gonna keep it 100. You're probably, if it does go that low, that is like a super major event that you have to like really, really look at carefully to see what drove that to that point, to make sure that the company itself is not broken like Boeing. Boeing is broken. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. So if I could add something to that, like,
Yeah.
like, so when you saying like how, like when you talking about how the value, that shows you what the value of a company is only based on a
Free cash
discounted
flow.
free cash flow. Okay.
Yeah.
Only on that, then that's not also putting in value of what other metrics will value a company as. So that price that like how she was talking about, like, so if it's like extremely low, like if the company is worth like 150 or $200 and it says it's only worth 40, that's when you have to look at, like, it may not ever go back to 40. You know what I mean? That's, you got to look at moving averages and look at other aspects. That's just one main way of to help you get a price point to say to my buy-in price, like how Trap puts up my first buy-in price, then the load to boat price, or my third, that's what it's for. It's just something to help you, guide you to find out what the value of the company is, to help you say, where can I buy in at? Because most of them will never go back to those things unless some kind of, like she said, some kind of catastrophic thing happens, like Nvidia.
Right.
I think, like Nvidia, a while back when Nvidia was like $400 at the time, it was saying that it was only, it was only worth like $35. It's, it'll never go back to that, but that's just something just to think about. Like, so whatever that number is, just to help you give you a guideline of where to make your price points that way. When he's always talking about making price points to buy in, that's just to help give you a guideline.
Good insight. I appreciate y'all.
Any other questions?
Hey, can you hear me? I got one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Since we talking about the triple beam, do you use a company that has a year of negative free cash flow? Because when I try to use that, like input it, it just gives me like some weird error numbers.
You
You
can't
know what I
use
mean?
a negative. You have to, whenever they have a negative free cash flow, you have to use the 2 positive years and average it, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't use negative, because negative will break it. And then you also have some that's anomalies, like Nvidia, that went up like almost 200%. You know what I mean? Or like crazy. It will break the triple beam. It won't
Right.
behave
Right.
right. So that's
And
why, like I said, I don't necessarily use it. It's nothing against Trap or anything like that, but as time go on, you realize that you got to come up with some prices that you actually will see a buy-in soon. You at least within a year or less. A stock that's $100 or $200 going back to $40, you'll be waiting for a long, long time.
yeah, so and then I saw that in the video, but even when I do that, I get the positive years and get the average and stuff like that, I still can't move on to that last portion of the triple beam. You know what I mean?
What do you mean, like the last portion?
So there's 3 parts of it, right? The first
Mhm.
part and then the second part where you enter in the years.
Mhm.
But if I can't get past that second part, my numbers will be off for the last part, right?
Mhm.
If you average if you average it out, you'll be able to bypass that. I had that same issue.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it.
I see
I
some
have a
hands
question.
raised. We got questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Hey, so when she was just speaking about alpha spread, I use that as well. Been looking at it, but which number on the intrinsic value do you use? I know it gives best case, worst case, and then just the average. Do you just go by the average, or do you go best or worst case to get that kind of value for the buy-in for one of the entry prices?
That's you, Maya.
I'm sorry. Ask that question again because I was typing in the chat.
Sorry. So I've been looking at Alpha Spread because I think I'm the one that asked that question and you responded and you said I use Alpha Spread. So I looked on there and I was looking at Nvidia and some Microsoft and it gives for the intrinsic value numbers, it gives like a best and worst case, and then it gives like an average. Which one do you use to get a buy and entry price?
I typically use the average, but you also have to pay attention to that too, because that average might not be the current price. And so in another like sidebar thing that I don't know if I can help you in this case. I'm a math teacher, so I can do the numbers in my head, or I can do it like figure out what's the percentage that it should be. And so I typically use the average or not the best case scenario because it might not be that price. So I use what it gives me, but I also, like I was just getting ready to put in the chat, I also chart for imbalance ranges and use a spreadsheet. It's a EV calculator, intrinsic value calculator. And like for some of you guys who are interested in that, if you'll just put like your email in the chat, I can send it to you, but I can't send it. I have to email it, and we don't have a way to contact each other in the Patreon, so like in TA. So if you don't mind putting your email out there, then I can copy that and then I can email you that intrinsic value calculator.
Okay, appreciate it.
And just so you know, that was not mine. That was shared with me. So don't think I'm just this guru. No, somebody shared it with me and I'm sharing it with you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
I'm typing my email in the chat right now, Ms. Holmes.
Okay.
I had a quick question. And I think we just briefly went over it. Now, based off of what we already just talked about with like the methodology and everything like that, I didn't take that course yet because I had like literally just got off of the options masterclass, and then now I'm like my third time through the options masterclass. And I needed like a cool down because I saw those videos and the length, and I'm just like, oh man, let me, my brain gotta reset so I can get more information. But my question is, with the lottery picks, for an example, let me see this one. What is this business name? Oh, MANH. He Trap had posted a lottery pick, and he said the value that he got to was $97, but then his buy-in was $232 and load to vote was $175. So I'm like, okay, why is his two numbers way higher? Is it just because the value number is not actually the price? I know that. I'm pretty sure I understand that part. But like, that's a huge gap between the value of $97, then his buy-in at $232, and then load the vote at $175. Am I missing something there?
No. So that's exactly like what we were talking about with the triple beam. So he gets that value from what he gets off the triple beam, and like how we were saying, like the number could be so low it'll never get there, but he's using that as just, okay, this is a guideline for me. I know that this is what it's worth, and I see what the company's doing, because the stock price will never ever reflect really what the value of a company is, based on just because of how the market works. It runs out of people's emotions, you know. So that's the value from the triple beam that he comes up with. That's his number of like, this is what the company's worth. This is where the company is at. Like, he doesn't tell you the actual stock price of it, but you go look at it, you see this is where it's at. And then on for what's comfortable for him, that's where he'll buy in at the first time. And then, the load the boat price is where he'll, go heavy on it if that's what he wants to do. But I know he uses like I use also, like I look at when they come up with the value, I look at see where the stock is moving at, what's going on in, the macro environment, what's going on in the industry it's in, and you look at the moving averages, and that's, a basis. Or you can use like the EV, or what the young lady over there was saying too, how she goes about it. There's many ways. So don't get confused with that's just telling you what the company is worth. That doesn't mean that price will ever get there again. Who knows, one day it might, but it's just, That's just just to get an idea of what that company is worth.
Right,
So it's
right,
like whenever you put anything on a triple beam, sometimes you'll see like it'll say it's a buy, like it'll be underneath what it's worth. So some of the lottery picks he puts in, he'll say that it's undervalued, but not necessarily meaning that that stock will ever get to that value price. It might not never get there, and it might blow past it. So
Right.
you still got to come up with numbers of where you feel comfortable entering into that position.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that.
All right.
I got another question. If nobody else has one, I know we don't got that much time left too. I remember Trap. He was I think it was in a trap methodology course, and he was talking about evaluating small mid cap stocks. And I got one that I really like, but I really like. I feel like it's different when you evaluate a smaller mid cap stock compared to like a large cap stock, right? So, do any of y'all have any tips or any videos or anything like that y'all? I know Trap did something. He used to do something with small and mid cap stocks, but anything y'all use to evaluate those smaller mid cap stocks?
For buy and hold or for options?
For buy and hold. Because I know, a lot of them are in debt, right? Like most of them are in a lot of debt, right? And they're just different than your larger cap stocks. So,
well, if it's a small cap that is like in super growth mode, and you'll see a lot of them with negative free cash flow and stuff like that, but you'll see that stock price soaring. You want to look for revenue year over year that's growing 20%, 20% or higher by every year. That's one thing that I look at.
You also want to look and see if their debt is being reduced every year. You want to look and see, are they reducing their debt, and also do they have a profitability date that they've specifically stated? Those are two things that Trap is, talking about with any kind of growth stock, whether it's, large cap, small cap, it doesn't matter. Are they chopping down their debt? Are they growing? And have they given you a profitability date?
appreciate that. That's good insight, good advice.
Yeah, me personally, I haven't dabbed into any small caps. Just been getting all my experience from the big dogs, going off Trap's formula.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm gonna throw this one I've been looking at into the Patreon, and then if any of you guys get a chance to look at it, let me know what you think.
No problem.
I have another question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I know in the options course, Trap said we're gonna do 10 companies and then 10 and 12, and then we just gonna rinse and repeat. And so I've been doing that, journaling, did all the discounts. I know we've seen on not October, but the August 5th and 6th, everything went on sale, and it's kind of steadily been going on sale in September. So I bought a lot of contracts. So I got like a lot of different prices of NVIDIA, and I got some Meta and some other stuff, but I don't see Trap doing much with the rinse and repeat. I seemed like he brought a new Wingstop, and I'm like, is that in the 10 that he has, or is he just branching out more? Is that something we should be doing, or should we just stick with the rinse and repeat?
Well, you got to understand on the rinse and repeat, some of that stuff is time. I mean, you can buy NVIDIA this year and you can't rinse and repeat it until next year. It just depends. So you can use the same. When I said I joined in January, I rinsed it and repeated SMH 3 times.
Okay.
I made money the first 2 times. I got greedy the 3rd time. I should not have rinsed and repeat, because at some point it had to come back down.
Right.
I screwed up. So you can rinse and repeat, but there's a balance there. So Trap does rinse and repeat. I mean, we got 3 or 4 NVIDIAs. He got 2 or 3 Eli Lilly's, Amazon. So you'll see multiple plays throughout the year, but once again, the contracts are long and extended, so you might not see them repeat right away. But if he sees something good, he'll go ahead and buy another contract. I'm pretty sure you heard about the Meta 505 play.
Yep.
I was in that thing, and the strike was 505. They had earnings, and it went all the way down to 416. He knew that there was nothing wrong with the company, but anybody like me, we panicked. We lost a lot of money instantly.
Yep.
And in that case, he kind of rinsed and repeat. He made us get back in if you had the money, but you still had to have the money. He made us get back in with a 435 call. We got in on the 435 call, then he created a 450 call. So I was able to get some money off the 435 and the 450 call as it went back up, trying to get to the 505. And it still took forever to get to the 505. But because there was nothing really wrong with the company, people just reacted due to earnings. We was able to, like I said, so-called rinse and repeat. We ran 2 more plays on it.
Gotcha. Okay. I appreciate
I
it.
think I think the piggyback too on that one. I feel like with the rinse and repeat, if it was just say 10 to 12 companies, then it really wouldn't be a reason to even have a Patreon. Once you get in there for a month, you see, okay, these is the 10 to 12 companies that we pretty much rinse and repeating on. It defeats the purpose. So it's just like, and then I see some people say like, okay, we already got a couple of semiconductor companies, so I feel like that's why he'll throw out, a wild card like the wing player, just something different, just to kind of switch it up to like keep it new and fresh. That and then like you said, sometimes the market changes to where it's just like something that was hitting the option play that we rinsed and repeated like 2 or 3 times. The market might be going away from that, so it may be a few companies that's popping more than the ones that we've been rinsing repeating. So it's like we kind of got to switch up the plan. So I think that's another reason why he's always just staying fresh and just kind of coming with a new company here and there.
Yeah, facts. I think like I think too, like when he says in the course, like with the find the 10 companies is just because like the one lady was saying how we all find time, like how do you find time to research everything when there's millions and millions of companies, that there's 6,000 companies or whatever. It's more of a way just to make it simpler so it's not like overload for you, you know what I mean? Until you get the grasp and hanging of actually of the market and what the market's doing. And like you said, he's switching it up because he's seeing where the market's is rewarding at, and doing homework and doing research in just the market. Like I was doing research not too long ago, and it was saying how about the companies that are rewarded the most, like right after when the Fed starts cutting rates, and a lot of his financials, like the first 3 months after the first rate cut, financials are usually rewarded heavy, and that's why he got into that AXAP play a little earlier. But look at what it's doing. Same thing with the Goldman Sachs, So it's those things involved with it as well,
Gotcha.
And I think that's also game for like, if say, that's what I always say too, if the Patreon disappeared, it's like once you have that game on how to pick your own companies. Like me personally, I have say like 10 companies where it's just like that I'm primarily focused on running option plays on. So as long as those companies are still hidden, then it's like those are companies that I'm focused on. If Trap put out a company that is that the group is going to be going in on, if the numbers work out, great. But it's like I already had those set 10 companies. So when we have a day like we had the other day where, everything is on discount, I'm looking at, primarily those 10 companies that I got. I'm not focusing on the whole market, because it's like you'll be researching stuff, all day, and you end up missing missing that discount or missing the sale, versus if you have your set 10 companies that you like, that you've already researched, from the the strategies from the options masterclass, then you already know, okay, if everything is on discount, let me go, right to my little watch list, and you striking on those companies.
Yeah, that was my point. So I was like, if we already got our 10 companies and we making money off of it, then why is he going different directions? You know what I'm saying? So I was like, is he doing that because it's a business to him and he's incorporating different things?
Diversification.
I'll go ahead and answer that one, man.
And I'll answer it too.
Yeah, if you took the course, he don't went beyond that, because he'll tell you in the course, man, 5 to 10 companies. But as the Patreon grows and more people come in, yeah, that's basically what he's doing. He's serving the people now. Because other than that, you probably wouldn't get any plays. The ones that's already in there, they're in their plays, they're in their plays. So yeah, you can call it diversification, but since I've been here, I just seen so many new people come in. So Trap's marketing strategy for getting people in the Patreon is definitely working. I mean, it's new people coming in here, daily, weekly, monthly. So he's just trying to serve those guys, and throw some plays out there. Now keep in mind, some of them plays expensive. Half of them can't get on anyway, but they are plays.
Me can't get into a lot of them, bro.
Yeah.
It's just, they're just expensive. And I like to be transparent with that. Like, I don't know what other people's brokerages look like, but Miss Holmes was talking about, like, you really kind of want to start with like 10 grand. Well, I have 10 grand, but you can definitely learn how to. I joked around and said scratch and claw your way up to Eli Lilly, but things like Chipotle, things like Kava. Once you learn how to maneuver through everything, that's why he does stuff like Wingstop. Now Wingstop was expensive, right? But it dropped so far down. I think I paper traded it when he put it in, and it flew 30% when he did. But that was during quadruple witching. So it dropped and then like never dropped, or it never went back up after the drop. It like kept on dropping. So you're just gonna have, like they were saying, like a lot of different avenues and opportunities that you can go about. Ms. Holmes' 10 businesses is different than my 10. Fabian's 10 is different than your 10. So it's just like it's just a bunch of people just sharing all this information, and you just kind of get in where you fit in. I would say.
And just to add to that, since I've joined the group, I'll be honest, it makes me want to learn more, just because I don't know what a swing option trade is or any of the other ones, but I want to learn now. So.
And that's great. That's great. That's how I was. That's how I still am. Like, I learned so much. It's crazy.
Did you have something else, Maya? I'm gonna move on through these slides real quick.
I had one more thing, Goodwin, because I heard you said you were in here from January. And that, I'm just piggybacking off the previous question, whereby, like, I'm thinking next year, right? I have my top 10, well, 12, right? And let's say they continue to go up, right? Is there like a gap before you rinse and repeat to do research again to find a new set of strike prices? Or is it that you just say, okay, you hold that strike price, whenever it comes up or down, or whenever the stock goes back to discount, you then go back and again for, let's say, rinse and repeat?
Because
you said you lost on the third one. So
yeah,
what did you learn from?
Because it was running. So it was running hard. So I got my 100%. We still had indicators that it was going to continue to run. So to make sure I didn't lose out on those gains, went ahead and sold at 100%, but got right back in. I didn't even wait for the pullback. Got right back in. It went up some more, another 100%.
Okay,
at that point, I should have stopped.
You got greedy. You got greedy.
Yeah.
But listen, he went up 100 and then 100 again, man. I can't even be mad at you, man.
Exactly.
I can't be mad at you.
We understood the market at the time. We had already had that downfall. So just like now, we got a downfall, but everything about to start running again.
And then my last thing, does Trap ever post in the money place? Because I'm always seeing out the money, and I'm like, hey, when do you really jump in the money? Or is there, I really like the intrinsic value that on the I can't say a name post earlier, and I'm just like, does he ever post in the money trade place?
I've never seen it, but at the same time, I like out the money.
I think I'm sticking with out the money. I just said it. Is just curious,
out the money. You looking for the stock to grow and move, and I enjoy the chase in the process. The only reason you buying in the money is if he's playing earnings, just in case it goes south.
Okay, cool.
Just in case it goes south, that's when he'll play in the money or close to in the money. Because when they go south, sometimes, just like Meta 505, it takes forever to get back up. And the farther you away from the strike price, the lower your delta is. So if you kind of trying to play earnings, you going in the money, so you starting off with a high delta. So if you gamble and you lose on playing earnings and it goes south, you won't be that far from the strike price, and your delta will still pay somewhat decent.
Yeah, so they normally just do it for like safety. But
Yeah.
it seems like from what I've picked up, Akeem, being here for the amount of time that I've been, people are trying to get like a good shot at a nice profit percentage. Last meeting we talked about, Janelle was in there. There's a video that circulates every now and then. We've been like reposting it in the Patreon, but she shows you how you can. I know you just said you like out the money. I like out the money too. How you can get like your increase your chances of getting like the most out of your plays with, you know, the discounts and et cetera, et cetera. You went through the course, so you know what I'm talking about. So people like to see that. They like Fabian was just saying, people like to see, they like to chart in that way where they'll see a possible run. They know that the contract is on a discount. Sometimes it's like more than 50% off. It's sometimes the numbers are so crazy. Sometimes I screenshot it and I double check with people like, am I looking at this right? So they like to see that big profit that they get, like the SMH experience that Fabian was talking about. You probably wouldn't get that within the money, but you get safety.
For sure. All right, I'm gonna move through these slides here real quick because I was gonna show you guys stockcharts.com, which is one of Trap's tools that we use to analyze. Had a couple more people come in. So basically, we were just talking about why you joined the Patreon, the purpose of the Patreon. I'm gonna have this slide out for everybody at the end of everything. So for those that join in, and it's also recorded, so you can go back and listen to what we talked about so far. All right, for the new ones, just trying to navigate through the Patreon on your apps. We get a lot of questions on that. As I was saying earlier, if you're on this call, then you should be in at least the top 2 tiers, which is Masters of the Triple Beam and Triple Beam Team. And if you want to confirm what you're in, typically you go to the home screen on your phone, that top right button, you click that, and then it'll go to memberships. And then your membership will pop up and it'll tell you what tier you're on. Like I said, I see that question a lot as far as, do I have access to the Triple Beam? Well, you have access to the Triple Beam if you're at the top tier, which is Masters of the Triple Beam. The next tier is the Triple Beam Team. Another thing you want to do is make sure you turn your notifications on. When Trap posts, you get notifications from your fellow trappers too if they respond to your messages. But ultimately, you're looking for Trap's posts when he posts options, when he posts lottery picks, and things like that. So yeah, from the drop-down menu, go to settings, click on notifications, checkbox all those, so you'll have notifications when Trap posts. Every now and then, I see people in the chat. Where do I get the option plays? The option plays are in the main post. We have a little chat community that will be here. That's pretty much where everybody got the link from. That's where we're going back and forth, chopping it up every day, sharing game with everybody. Every now and then, Trap jumps in there, may say good morning or something to that effect. But when it comes to option plays, they are done in the post. So if you just click on post, the post will come up in the order received, and you just scroll down. Now, when you want to do a search, we want you to click on Trap's photo up there. The search down here is for something else, so don't use that search. You want to click on Trap's post face right here. and then this screen will pop up with the search engine. And this search is pretty strong. So you can put anything in here. If you're looking for a specific play, just put the word in. A lot of new people, they just looking for some of the old plays. So you can just type in play. You can type in option. Now before, Trap put a lot of plays in, but he did not label it option. So he might just been having a normal conversation, and at the bottom of the conversation, he threw in a play. So some of these posts you got to read through, but for the most part, if you put in play, you put in option, you put in a specific stock, Amazon, Nvidia, this thing will pull it up, and what post it might be located with. Now, when Trap drops an option, this is typically what it looks like. And once again, you're going to find that in the post. Every now and then, he might put it in the chat, but officially, when you get your notifications and he drops an option play, this is what it looks like. Pretty much going to get the company with the ticker, expiration date, strike price, and what he paid for it. Now, this is something new here. He didn't used to do this, so I really like that method when he puts what he paid for it. Kind of gauges. I'm always trying to beat what he got in at. Or if you late to the party and it's already running, I would say if you can get in, 3% to 5%, that still might be a little steep depending on how expensive those contracts are. Like that price right there, 28.58. If you can get in for 29, maybe 30, I might jump on it. Anything more than that, I'll probably wait on the pullback. Most of the time, I can get in a little cheaper than Trap, whether it's $2, $3. When it comes to options, $2, $3 is a lot of money in the option game. You also have access to lottery picks when you're in the Patreon in these two tiers. So Trap, rule of thumb, he'll drop 2 lottery picks a week. Sometimes he might drop them back to back. Sometimes he might space them out. He already done dropped the 2 for this week. But this is what pretty much they look like. You're going to have all your detailed information where he took the time to research the company with all the information, how they make money. So you take your time and read through those. He'll give you the ticker symbol. And then at the bottom, he puts in these values that what we was in here talking about earlier. So you got the value of the company. This particular one here, $230. Trap's buy-in price, $290 to $295. Load the boat, $250. Now, when you pull this ticker up, it may be way higher than all of this, but like Maya was saying, sometimes these values are real low, and it might not ever get down there. So, like I said, the value is 230. Might not ever get down to the value. Perhaps buy in 290. Now, when Trap drop these lottery picks, always first thing I do is go to my alerts. Like I said, I got a Charles Schwab, so there's a button up there for alerts. I immediately go in, save the ticker symbol, and I always put $5 above what Trap's buy-in price is. So once it gets close, I have had these lottery picks set up here for 3-4 months, and then all of a sudden they might hit. Like, oh, I don't forgot all about it. Just put them in the alerts and let them go. If they fall, they fall. If they don't, they don't. Any questions on that? All right. A lot of people always talk about the triple beam calculator. The triple beam calculator is for the top tier, masters of the triple beam. A lot of people say they hadn't received it, they can't find it. Typically, once you get access to the triple beam calculator, they'll send you an email saying that you have access to the triple beam. And then they're gonna give you your login portal. If you already got courses and everything, that means you already have a portal. So just adding the triple beam is just gonna go up to your portal with the rest of your courses in Wall Street University. And I circled it here. That's what the triple beam looks like. It's about a 20-minute video that shows you how to operate and access the triple beam. Me personally, I don't even use it. And if you have issues, support at wallstreettrapper.com. He has a team of people that will get your problems resolved if you can't access the triple beam. All right, any questions? Cool.
Yeah, I had a quick question since you showed us the courses. So I like I was saying before, I just did the options masterclass and I went through that multiple times. But the methodology course, besides buy and hold, the methodology course has things in there for options. Like I should be looking at that because I know it's like I don't know, it's like eight hours long or something like that. And I definitely want to get into buy and hold and all that for sure. But as of right now, as far as the options for the methodology course, I don't know if you took it, Davian, but
yeah,
you did take it. Okay. Does it have option stuff in there that I should be looking at?
The methodology is really just a process of frameworks that put everything together. You know, this is where you're gonna really curate your strategy. Like I started with the Trappers course. The Trappers course just shows you how to do stocks from scratch, terminologies, everything of that nature. So, you know, I actually kind of, I don't want to say did things in order, but I started there, then options, because when you learn how a company makes money, you learn how to identify the companies, the runners, the financials. That's what it's going to take to pick the best stock for an option play or just buy and hold. Like that Trapper methodology, it just kind of puts all that together. You know, using option money to fund buy and holds, setting up your different buy and hold accounts, helping you with the long game. That's basically what that methodology.
Gotcha. So okay, great. Because I already have like an idea of like how I would like my portfolios to look. But what you just said, actually, I have a question on that because you said different buy and hold accounts. Is it common to have multiple portfolios of like buy and hold? That's a thing? Because I never even thought about that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And Terry, on to piggyback on what Davian said, I think that the methods course made me more strategic with options, honestly, because I didn't take it in order. I did the Wall Street Trapper course, then the options course, then the methodology, and it made so many things make sense. Like the no new money, that's straight up methodology course, and basically I've been using it. I use my Patreon or my options money to either buy other option plays or fund my buy and hold. I am trying my hardest not to add new money in. Like case in point, I'm gonna give you a strategy that I have 2 portfolios, and one of them, quote unquote, was specifically for buy and hold, but my funds were getting low. And so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go on and sell something that's not a runner, that is not giving me the growth numbers I'm looking for. and I'm going to put that money here, and then I'm going to go and buy an option play, and then I'm going to multiply that money so that I can have more in that portfolio to play with without transferring money from the other portfolio, which has more money in it, if that makes sense. Because the other portfolio was strictly for options, but there's times where I have more money in that when a buy and hold opportunity comes up. So really and truly, I don't have a specific portfolio for buy and hold and a specific for options. I have a portfolio for when the opportunity presents itself, the money goes. That's how I go.
Okay, I like that. I like that. Yeah, no, I there's a few things that like you could just. I mean, he's very energetic and like really he's really passionate about like certain things. You could just kind of, at least me, I can kind of tell when Trap is like you really need to learn this. He'll even say like write this down, or he'll say watch this, and then I'll rewind it and I'll like things that are like, okay, this is some gold he's letting go. There's just two things. There's a few things that he says that's just like stuck in my head. But when learning options, one thing he said was like, do not take the money out the account because the goal is to scale. So like that's like one thing that's just like stuck in my head. Like I'm not gonna take this money out. So that and with the options portfolio, he was saying the options multiply the money, like you just said, and then the buy and hold as the money, and then they help each other out. He has said that on multiple different occasions. So yeah, that's just a few things that just got stuck in my head. But thank you for answering that. I appreciate it.
Miss Holmes.
What? What's going on?
No, you good. I was just saying, yeah.
Oh, I mean, it's just the truth. It's like if you got two portfolios and if you're strictly trying to follow the exact footsteps of Trap don't follow his own footsteps. He pivots, he's growing, and he does not update the course in time. And that comes back from my scientist background. I observed patterns, and I saw early on, I said, he's not even following his own course. I said, but that's okay. I'm going instead of watch a course, I'm gonna watch Trap.
Yeah, he said do as I say, not as I do. He said that, and he laughed when he said it. He's like,
right,
yeah, that's he's trying to figure it out himself as well. So yeah, I get that. Like
I think it was either you or someone else asked, why does he do different plays outside of the 10 company? Well, one, follow the money. Trap has a way of researching and seeing things long before they come to fruition. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, that Berkshire play, I was looking like, what, Trap, what is you doing? Why Berkshire? That's a buy and hold. What are you doing? But it turned out well, and so I actually didn't really stay in that play. I didn't stay in the 505 meta play. Because I mean, people shed blood with that play. I got burned early on. I think that meta 505 was my first play, and I got it after earnings, and I lost several $1,000s. So I was like, no. And I came out of that play, but those that stayed in, they were rewarded. So it's one of those things where you just kind of have to watch him, but he also wants you to begin to learn where you can develop your own, because many of the quote unquote OGs, we don't just wait for Trap, we do our own stuff. And so we do Traps and ours, and wherever the opportunity presents itself, going back to what I was just telling you about the portfolios, I am not sitting and saying, oh, I'm looking at this portfolio strictly for buy and hold and strict. No, bruh, if I got 40 grand in this one and a buy and hold opportunity comes up, those buy and hold is about to be bought. It is what it is. But if I'm in this portfolio and I say, okay, well, I only have 10,000, I want to grow that money, then I'm gonna go and buy an option play that I could afford to collect profit and build that account without putting money in.
Gotcha. Yeah, he did. I meant to say that earlier too with the question. I think someone else asked about why the wing and sticking to your 5 to 10. Another thing that he says is like when things happen, like you gotta learn how to pivot, right? So that strike that happened on the ports, if he tells you to find your 5 to 10 companies, but if you happen to be like heavy on, like we said before, like semiconductors or tech, because everyone wants a piece of Nvidia and then SMH and all of that stuff, and then that is hindered by the strike, you gotta pivot. So that's another thing that I understood earlier on that I have to learn how to do. And he always talks about gold. And he talks about those other things as well. So yeah, I definitely am aware of that for sure.
Question from Kayla. Am I pronouncing that right?
Yes, thank you. Quick question. I just wanted to pivot back to, or kind of piggyback on what Akeem, I think, asked earlier about the something he noticed in the options course that Trap didn't return to. I think that was it was the 50-day moving average is what I have in my notes here, because I noticed the same thing. And really, that's just in an effort to try to understand how to really determine a mover, if a company is a mover or not. And I know we have to have a certain percentage that we're looking for over, 5 years or so. So I was just trying to figure out what he was talking about there and how to go about determining that. If you guys have the insight for that.
I have my number. Typically, you're looking at the 10-year and just seeing how did it move as far as profits. There's some other ways. Like I said, I don't want to speak too much on the course.
Right.
Got anything to add with that one, Maya?
Sorry, I was typing in the chat. And just sidebar, I put a link to Janelle's alligator strategy video if you want to start charting with Janelle. And then if you don't know what that strategy is, she referenced another YouTube video. So I put both of those in the chat. It's a way to use your moving averages to kind of predict movement. But I will tell you what the Schwab people told me. Use that with other indicators. Don't use that by itself. And I think that's what Janelle does. I think she uses that with other indicators, with charts. So, just FYI. Now, I apologize. Fabian, what was the question?
Well, she was just talking about how to identify movers.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, that's a course thing. Yeah, but I mean, honestly, if I can answer this without giving too much detail, look at how they move in a 5-year and in a 1-year time frame. Because sometimes, and I think Trap reference to it in 5 years, it had to have been moved in the positive direction at least 100%. I think it's 100% or something like that in 5 years, because it's like an average of 20% a year. But you also got to look at what is doing recently as well. Because if you look at Nvidia or I'm not going to use Nvidia. Nvidia is like an anomaly. If you look at some companies 5 years ago, they weren't moving like a company that may be doing really good in AI right now. They weren't moving like that 5 years ago, but all of a sudden there was a boom. Why? Because now our focus is turned toward artificial intelligence, and they're legitimate. A legitimately good company in that space. So I would say look at their 5-year performance and also look at their 1-year performance. Me personally, a mover to me is something over 40% growth in that year. If they're under 40%, and especially, and it also depends on the time of year. Again, going back to my math teaching skills, because I'm a math teacher as well. If they're not moving more than 5% a month, so if it's the 8th month, 5 times 8 is 40. If they're not moving more than 5% a month, that's not a runner to me. So look at that, but also look at what the market is rewarding. That too is a big thing to identify a runner, so to say, because in my mind, Wingstop, it doesn't quote unquote quite qualify, but Wingstop does do good when interest rates drop and people have more money to spend. They tend to want to go get a chicken wing or something. You understand? So, you know, that's why you see so much growth, but also Wingstop's marketing ability here of late. They've been doing really, really well. So you know, they can be considered a runner. But now for those of us who are in that Wingstop play, it's under, you know, it's like really, really red right now. I would probably wait because we're not in the zone where time decay is upon us. I think you just be patient and see if it's gonna turn around. Because I mean, you don't want to give the market any money either, because it's like, I think it's like 52% in the red at this point. Yeah, I don't jump out of it to give the market money. Just be patient and see what it's gonna do if we get another rate cut, and if not, then jump out. But again, look at their 5-year performance, look at their 1-year performance, look at what the market is rewarding. I mean, yeah, the market is rewarding and where everybody is turning their focus, so you can determine a runner then. Like Palantir right now is a runner. You know why it's a runner? Because it just joined the S&P 500, and them big fish, they bite. And you know, that first play I made already right at 100%. If it wasn't for Monday, it would actually be over 100%.
I'm so sick about that play. So
yeah, I got it to 135%.
Yeah, that $40 pay Palantir. Yeah. That I did a $40 play for the spring and it was 100-something%. And then Monday knocked us down. I think it's like 90-something%. But I did another play on it here recently. And that's a little bit in the negative, but Palantir is gonna turn around again because the market is rewarding it for joining the S&P 500, and it's a great company. So, you know, there's a lot that goes in that. I hope I didn't make that answer too complex, but just make sure that they're performing well, but also make sure that they're fundamentally sound. Do not just jump into a play because of, you know,
popularity.
Right. No, it needs to be fundamentally sound because those companies will win out every time.
And keep in mind that Palantir play that she's talking about, that's not a trap play. You know,
that's a my play.
That's some skill from learning the course,
right?
Creating our own play.
And then Trap mentioned it in our last Triple Beam meeting. He was like, "Oh, you know, I'm looking at Palantir and AVGO." Man, I was writing it down. I was like, "Bet." Yep. That's all you need to say. You don't even need to drop a play. That's all you need to say.
Appreciate the feedback.
I was gonna say to pick back over that real quick. I know there's other hands up. That I was in that that play or a play that someone else. It wasn't even a play that somebody else said, but in the Patreon, somebody had posted that ticker as well as a few others because I posted, you know, what should I be looking at given X amount of capital, because I'm using like, say I'm using roughly like $2 to $3 grand I'm playing with. So that business or that company that Ms. Holmes was just talking about, like that happened to be right in my wheelhouse, and I was like, all right, let me go ahead with this. And I got out at 77%. And but at the time I didn't know how to like look at a pullback and jump back in. I was desperately looking for Thavian. Like I was hoping that he said something in the chat because I couldn't find his name, and I was like, please somebody, how do I get back in there? But yeah, that's also a great company. But real quick, I posted right under Mrs. Holmes' post. There's a video that Trap put comparing Ulta Beauty and Elf Beauty, and he breaks that down. This is right on his YouTube page. He breaks them down like amazingly, and he there's a lot of gems in there that he offers up right there on that video, and that might help you a lot with that 5-year or 1 year that you were asking as well.
Thank you, appreciate that. I'll take a look.
Did I answer your question, Kayla? Is it Kayla?
Yeah, it's Kayla. Yeah, you did. I'm gonna go back in. I guess as far as where I find Because is it just a like a list on a chart that says like it'll show you like the 5-year?
Yeah, when you go into either stockanalysis.com, Yahoo Finance, bar chart, you can look. Yahoo Finance is the easiest to me. You can look at their 5-year performance. You can look at their year-to-date performance. You can look at their performance over 1 year and just do some simple math. Like if you're in the 8th month and they're up 46%, take 46 and divide it by 8 and see where they, and now the ones that are like up 90 something percent in a year and the year ain't even out, that's for sure a runner. Then at that point, you need to check your fundamentals to see whether or not that would be a company that Trap would consider fundamentally sound from the stuff in the course. Where is their free cash flow? Is it growing? Those types of things, and make sure it's not just like a GameStop play, where people just following blindly, no.
Right.
You need to be careful with your money to make sure if whatever you're doing an options play, if you wouldn't put it in your buy and hold, I would suggest not doing an options play on it. And when I say you would put it in your buy and hold, you would put it in there if you had the money to put it in there, if that makes sense. Like Lily is not in my buy and hold because Lily's too high. But I have options plays from Lily, but I do have MBO. I have its, biggest competitor because it's within my price range to do buy and hold there. So there's a lot of factors. Just know, Kayla, you're gonna get it and learn. And as Fabian said, if you keep trapping and you keep watching Trap, watching his videos, taking the course, asking questions like Terrion is doing, and networking with people, trust and believe you are going to learn a whole lot. And I say that to anybody that's in here. You've been in here 2 weeks. Just be patient with yourself. Give yourself some grace. You will learn, and you'll be surprised at where you are. If you're consistent over a period of time, you'll be surprised at what you learn.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm excited. I just got in my first play, so I'm looking forward to it.
Nice. All right, we got Kelby, and then I'll move on.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. My question is kind of it's dealing with open interest. I know in the video, Trap emphasized when you do an option play, the open interest should be high. But I noticed a lot of the plays that he put in, the open interest is not that high. It may be in the hundreds. So what is like the caveat with that?
Well, open interest can be high or low for that specific play. So I mean, you got some plays, open interest is 20, 30,000.
Right.
And it's the most out of all the other options. And then you got some that might have low open interest, not a lot of people in there, maybe 1,000, but compared to the other strike prices and expirations available, that 1,000 is the best. So you still can do that. You just want to get the best.
And you also want to look at that in connection with the delta, and you can always Google that, look at it in connection with the delta, but also look at it in connection with the volume, because if you don't have a decent volume, then you might not have liquidity. And you definitely don't want to get into an option play you can't get out of.
Right. Because majority of option plays I sort of do them on my own. Like I look at the one Trap do, and I kind of like trying to base my own methodology off sort of like what he does.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I think like the Wingstop play he did, and it was another play before that, and I think the open interest might have been like 300, and that kind of like threw me a little bit.
Just be mindful that if it doesn't follow to the T, because I keep hearing the same thing, like you go to the course and you're like, dude, this is what you taught us in the course, and I'm looking to follow exactly that. And when trap deviates from that, you're thrown off and you're confused. As a teacher and a teacher of math, the biggest thing in your learning is to be flexible.
Right.
To be flexible, to learn what, like what good or what is considered good in terms of an option play. You can also go to your brokerage. You can call, like I'm with Schwab, you can call the trade desk. Those master traders, you can ask to speak to them. They will school you on game that you might not have gotten from trap, and trap is totally okay with that. I asked one of the traders, that's like, well, what's a good volume? He was like, anything above 0. And some of them are thinking day trader, and you just tell them what you're doing. You tell them you're doing deep swings, you're doing options, that type of thing, or like leap plays, and they will talk to you, especially if it looks like you're learning. They love that, because keep in mind, as you play more, they get paid more. You know what I mean? So it's job security for them. So they love that. So it's one of those things where, and I say this to everybody in the course, if trap pivots from his own playbook, don't panic. You're going to do the same thing as you learn. Again, don't learn a way, learn trap. Watch him, observe him. And that goes back to my scientist background. Observe the patterns of your mentor and see what he does, because he cannot create a course for every time he quote unquote evolves or he changes. Just look at how he's moving. If you don't understand something, when he has that monthly call, ask one of the people in the chat, and then go from there. You just know too, also, you're gonna make some mistakes. I don't care if you feel like you're doing really good. You're gonna make some mistakes. Traps make some mistakes,
of course.
You're gonna learn from that. Like me, I won't buy a option for earnings. I won't do that anymore. I lost $15,000. No, we not doing that no more. Now some people, they good at it, but me personally, I stay away from that. So just know, Kelby, you're doing the right thing. You're learning, and you are developing your own personal touch to what trap is doing. And you're going to find that by doing that, you're going to actually do more, because you have trap and you have your own method. And so, yeah, you're good. He's going to deviate. And like I said, ask questions or call your brokerage firm and talk to the trade desk. Trust, you'll be fine.
Got you. Appreciate that. Okay.
You're welcome.
All right, I had dropped off there for a minute. Back in the building. All right, let's see. No hands, okay. All right, so tonight, just some quick part of the course. Trap recommends stockcharts.com. If you've been through the course, you know what I'm talking about. And he pretty much breaks down the using the RSI and the moving averages. Like Maya mentioned earlier, there are other indicators that you use with the RSI, like the one Janelle did. I'm gonna go through a few of them. Like I said, I'm gonna have this sheet for you guys. It'll be in the chat. We're gonna go to stockcharts.com. I'm gonna show you how to navigate through stock charts. A lot of this stuff you can do on your brokerage account when it comes to analyzing your RSIs and your moving averages. But for those that hadn't established their platforms yet, you can get a lot of this stuff done on stockcharts.com. All right, so typically on the course, traffic goes over the moving averages, 50-day, 120, and 200-day. and he gives you a RSI education. But you can also use the alligator method. Maya posted Janelle's video in the chat. And then there's another method called the Bollinger Bands. That's another method to assist you with entry and exit points, because that's basically all the RSI is helping you identify trends. And then these two methods right here kind of fine tune your entry and exit points based on trends. So you got the alligator method, Bollinger Bands, and MACD. I've heard a lot of people in the chat use all three of these. And
I
then,
use MACD.
Say again?
I use MACD too.
You use MACD? Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, there's different varieties, skill sets. Just depends on what your comfortability is. Now, I labeled MACD up here, but I hadn't ran through it on my own. So I have done some alligator analysis and the Bollinger Bands. There was some analysis on that. Now the MACD did look pretty simple. But,
it is. It's just something you turn on, and then again, I would suggest that you call your brokerage and just ask specifically the trade desk how to turn it on for your particular app or whatever you're using, because he's just going to tell you how to read it, and it's really pretty simple. It's just something you turn on. It's not nothing complicated, but I would suggest you contact your brokerage desk so that you can know where it is and then what you should be looking for.
Exactly. So like I said, it is a process of trying to find it on your platform. But like I said, I'm gonna show y'all how to use it on stockcharts.com. Reading candlesticks is something you're gonna want to learn too. I mean, it's not that much to it, but I have that there because in order to navigate on stockcharts.com the way I want to and interpret the information and analyze everything, you got to understand what those candlesticks are doing, the reds and the greens. So that kind of is a breakdown of those candlesticks. Like I said, I'm gonna give y'all a copy of all of this here, but I want to go ahead and go through the stockcharts.com. So the first one I'm gonna do is the moving averages. Share my screen.
Davian, do you know if the alligator is on stock charts?
It is, but it won't say it. That's why I'm gonna show y'all now how
okay, gotcha.
set it up. All right, so there was a lot of traffic in the chat today about KLAC because it dropped so much. So is everybody familiar with stock charts at least once based off going through the course?
Yes.
And just a disclaimer, I did not get out of KLAC because of that. I did not. I got out of KLMC because I can buy so many more of its competitor and it still do well.
Exactly. Yeah, it was too expensive for me to don't sell now though. So if you're familiar with stock charts, I kind of did all these in advance. But let me just go back through the way I like to set up my deal. So down here is all your data that you want to set up and get it the way you want to. You have all these options here, but once again, I like to hit candlesticks. And then we're using the daily period. And that's basically the stock going up and down based on that day. Or you could go weekly or monthly, but for this one, we're doing daily. The range, 1 year, That's basically what you see from end to end 1 year there. When I want to kind of blow it out and get a little closer and dial in, then I might go 3 months, so you can actually see everything in real time there. Let me go back out to a year real quick. Dun, 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 dun. All right. These options here are normally auto, but this is for the candlestick. So of course you want your green for up, your red for down. Like I said, if you're going through it, setting it up, it's gonna stay auto. So I'm setting my colors up the way I want to. Get down here in this section here. The default is always on hollow candles. I wanted mine solid, so you can see solid candles. What do I do here? That's all I need there. And the option that we're looking at right here is Bollinger Bands on your overlays. So the options here to choose from. But if you're choosing the Bollinger Bands, it's pretty much self-explanatory. But what you have to do here, I do have a video for you guys where I learned from in his particular strat using the Bollinger Bands. You want to make sure these parameters are set this way. The default is going to come across as 20. His strategy, he recommends 30 and then 2. So you want to set those parameters up. And then you want to pick a color. So I wanted my boards to be nice and clean so I can find things, because these things can get overwhelming with lines all over the place. So I made my Bollinger Bands brown. And then we want the RSI, because that's basically what we're in here for, learning the RSI. Typically the default is 14. But for this particular strategy here, the guy recommended 13. So this is setting up the Bollinger Bands. Now I'm gonna run through these here real quick, but I'm gonna go to the next one. So on the Bollinger Bands, you got your base, and then you got your moving average here, and then this is your stock price going up and down with the candles. Now let me show you 30-day moving average. What's this? Yeah, see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, this right here is the moving average. This is pretty much what you'll see Trap doing the course here. Go back down here again. Once again, I get my candlesticks. Choose my colors for my candlesticks, solid. And then down here is where you're changing. Before we did the Bollinger Bands, but now we're doing the moving averages. So you just want to scroll through and look for simple moving averages. And then you do your 50-day, your 120, and your 200. Then you come over here and pick your colors. These were the default colors, so they work for me. And then RSI. And then it goes back to the default 14. Now, before learning any of the other strategies, like I said, Maya said she used MACD, Alligator, and everything like that. This is all I was using to establish my entry and exit points. Anybody got any questions on that? Because if you was in the course before you knew about anything else, this is really how you was getting in and out of the plays.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say that, yeah.
All right. So when it comes to RSI, we know that anything over 70 is overbought. Anything under 30 is oversold. Now this right here is the famous KLAC play for today. I'm gonna blow this thing up. Anybody in here in this play? I see a lot of people.
What play is that?
This is KLAC.
KLAC, yeah.
No, I am not in that play. I used to be in the KLAC play, but I cashed that out a while back. So no, I had it in my buy and hold. But no, I'm not in the options play.
All right, so this play right here, Trap ran it. Somebody asked me about it earlier. The strike price was $8.20, and it has a January expiration. That contract, I believe, was about $7,000-8,000 for one, or somewhere around there.
And why I'm not in it.
The thing is extremely on sale right now because of this drop right here. So this was the chatter in the chat today. Everybody was talking about what they got in at. I heard Janelle say she got now if you did Traps play exactly, the play only costs like $2,000. Because it's extremely on sale right now.
For KLSC? I mean, for KLAC?
Yep.
Yes, it's cheaper than that. It was $1,700. I was sick.
I mean, I told you what I did today. Like I told you, I sold it out of my buy and hold so that I can buy AMAT. It's competitor because AMAT across the board is, you know, kind of either on its heels or in the back. I didn't think about an options play because Service Now and KLAC and Lily, those plays are normally high.
Yeah.
So I don't even. It's not that I wouldn't do it because I did it before and I made some nice bread, but I didn't even think about getting one now. You said 2,000, Stacey?
Yeah,
For real?
Yeah, this play has always been expensive to me, so
this
it's definitely not on my list.
$2,000. You
yep.
What expiration is going for 2,000 right now?
If you go with Traps play, because
so you talking about you doing a January expiration?
Yeah.
Well, see, and that's okay. So here's my problem with that. It depends on where you trying to get that thing to go, because right now the semiconductors are being hit because the whole ASML, the outlook in terms of anything that's not AI driven, the semiconductors have slowed down. Now, I'm not saying it's gonna stop, but you better be very careful because Fabian, what's the target price they're trying to get KLSC to go to?
Talking about the market or
no, I'm talking in this play that people are jumping in. What are they trying to get it to go to?
Like I said, if you're trying to do Traps play, it's $8.20. But people like Janelle, some of the seasoned people, they went 800 and pushed it out to March. But if you were doing Traps play specifically, you will save money.
See, and I'm okay. So this is another. I'm finna peep some game. First of all, I am not finna. I realize that KLSC is a runner, but I am not finna to put a play that's at $682 out to $800. That's, to me, that's too high. That's too far off. That me personally, I'm not doing that. That's how, and you know, Fabian, you asked me, like, man, how you constantly winning? First, I don't ever do that. Because when you put it out there's too many things that has to go right. You know what I mean? And then if they are kind of punishing semiconductors right now, that's too risky, even for putting 2,000 in. But I mean, if you want to play like that, you can. But me personally, if it's at 682, I wouldn't go any higher than 10 to 15% above where it is now.
Y'all
So
understand what she's saying? Because like
Yeah,
I say right here, she's just talking about the climb back up. This thing dropped
right.
over $200 and something,
Yeah, we
right,
understand.
and then
So
it
yeah,
dropped again.
and
yeah.
you talking about
But the climb
800?
back up is
I have
gonna
a,
be a lot slower.
I have a question for that. I have a question about that though.
Yeah.
So I paper traded this, of course, because like you were just saying, it was just far too expensive. Even at $2,000, like that's yeah, not yet. But I paper traded it, and they were hoping that it like regulated, so it'll correct itself. It may not go to the 800 or whatever, but it's going to go back up. And they were hoping. People were saying they were not. I don't want to say hope because we don't work on hope. But if it regulates itself, they'll be up like 30%, 50%, and they'll take profit. That's what they were talking about.
Well, I mean, and you can do that. But again, if the big boys, okay, so you got that going on, and then the election is what, 2 weeks away?
Yeah, I know, right?
2 or 3 weeks away. You got too many things that can drive that in the wrong direction. Because this whole tariff thing, this whole capping off where they can sell chips to, you got to look at everything. And let me dial that back a minute, because 10% of 682 is $62. I wouldn't even go there. I divide that by 2, and now that might make your price go up, but you're going to increase your likelihood of not only getting in the money, but getting closer to that 75 to 100% return a whole lot faster. That's how I play that game. I don't, this $70, $100 out, if it's not NVIDIA. Now, if it's NVIDIA, when back in the day when NVIDIA wasn't split, you could play with NVIDIA like that, because NVIDIA seems like that's a safer bet. But KLA, I don't know. But that's just my personal philosophy. I wouldn't. Nope.
Yeah,
But
there were some.
Can I
Yeah.
say something? Can I say something quick?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
What also throws me off is that, I mean, from the course, I mean, like you said, do as he say, not as he do as he do, not as he say. And I'm seeing January, and I was like, hold on, man, I count 9 months away within March, April, so those type things also, I mean, just going along with Ms. Hume's statement, that threw me off. Like January,
Well, okay, so let's talk about those types of plays. Okay, so he's not just doing leaps; he's doing some deep swings and some short swings.
Okay.
Like the wing stop play. The wing stop play was supposed to be driven by what gains we would get because of interest rate cuts, and what people would be spending money on when you have more accessible income. Because the last interest rate cut was really beneficial to loans and credit cards, not people buying homes, because it wasn't a deep enough cut. But if the Fed cut again, let's say November-ish, after the elections, or first part of December, we can go ahead on and turn a real quick profit from wing and get out. You see what I'm saying? Before time decay. So you have that aspect, but there are a number of things at play here. He's not just waiting 9 months. He's not just waiting 6 months. That's why he tries to teach us how to fish. That way we'll know and be able to determine how far we can push a contract out. Because I'm sure Thavian would agree that Trap might have put a play in for, let's say, January, but you saw a safer opportunity for March or April. And you don't choose January when Trap chose January. You choose what's safer for your particular money and your likelihood of getting that nice return. So, it's not that we're trying to teach outside of Trap. What we're trying to do is take what Trap has taught us and go fish for ourselves, which I think that's what Trap will tell you to be able to do. Because if he stops doing this, then what you gonna do? I mean, I'm just saying, if Trap stops posting plays, if he stopped doing what he's doing now, and you cookie cutter following him, then you're going to be lost. You got to learn how to fish for yourself. And it is a bit scary at first, And so I'm not telling you, if you've been in the Patreon 2 weeks, to go fish for yourself. I'm not telling you to do that. But as time go on, your confidence will build, and then you will be able to make a discernment, and you might mess up and make some mistakes. That's okay, but you're gonna learn from next time. So for me, when Trap even mentioned Meta, I was like, I said last time I was burned from Meta, but I'm not gonna have financial trauma, but I'm gonna check every trap, I'm gonna turn over every rock with Meta, because I'm not gonna play with Meta no more. I'm not gonna give 15,000 to the market anymore. You see what I'm saying? So, you just know certain plays you may have to augment to fit what your comfort level is. And to be able to go from there. You're still trapping, you're just not trapping in a cookie cutter fashion.
Yep.
Okay.
So I have a question.
Go ahead.
Fabian. I wanted to know, how did you, because you said on this chart here that you would choose your entry points. How do you choose based on the chart what is a good entry?
Now, considering what we're looking at right now, this was a traumatic event that happened. Because, let me blow it out a minute here. All right, so just looking at how the thing has been moving, the green is your 50 day. Now, right here, what August, everybody, if you was in the Patreon, August is when we had that big dip. Trying to think, was that the crowd strike thing that caused that dip? August?
You talking about that dip when we got in that crowd real nice? Oh yeah. Yes,
the crowd strike thing where Microsoft and everything shut down.
Oh yes, Lord. And I hope that some of you seasoned trappers got into crowd, because I got in at 2:30 and my portfolio is looking mighty juicy right now. Yes.
So yeah, we was on a downtrend right here. And that lasted for about a week, because everything was up here. Everybody was looking good. And then that crowd strike thing happened with the security, cyber security, whatever it was. And then everything just dropped below the 200 day.
What's the cheapest you guys seen CrowdStrike? Like what numbers would I be looking at to get into something like that? Or what numbers did you guys get in?
Well, I definitely, you want to look at the intrinsic value, the IV, and I again, alpha spread is a good alpha spread or Morningstar. And you want to look at the EV. You also want to look at imbalances, because if I look at Fabian's chart right here, if you see my well, you don't see my arrow, but you see where those big holes are. The market has to fill those in. So that means that the price will have to go back eventually to that point to fill in those gaps. And then, of course, if you're in TA, Lieutenant Natalie, she teaches the imbalances, and you can learn how to look at that on that chart, as well as look at what Janelle is doing, and kind of what Fabian is teaching with the Bollinger method, and so on and so forth. So you got several things to look at, but remember, crowd dropped from 370 a share. It dropped from that much. And what is a crowd now, Fabian? What is it, like 303?
Yeah, back up to the 300s.
Yeah, so I got it. And remember, a lot of times, and I'll say this to trappers, a lot of times when a stock drops that low, you're cautious, especially you haven't been in the game long, because you're like, ooh, I don't know if I want to put my money in it and lose more. If the company is fundamentally sound and the story hasn't changed, in other words, as Trap says, if it's just like a market event or a stock event or something like that, that is a great time to consider some of these stocks to get in, like ASML. ASML has a monopoly on what it's doing. Now, if you can afford ASML, it might be a great time to get in. You know, but that's a stock that was at one point $1,200 or $1,300 a share, and it's now 6 or 7. So, but people get afraid when they look at that dip and they's like, I can't do that right now. I'm too afraid. Don't be afraid. Big boys, pros, and I'm reading a book about this. They buy when everyone else don't want to buy. They buy really low and they come out when us retail investors or the public comes in. And that's why literally, you know who you're really buying from when you buy shares, you're buying from the big boys who got it. Like if you get it at 700, the big boys probably got it at 2. And they making a $500 per share profit off of you. And if they put $1 billion in, just consider how much profit they have.
Yeah, they said Trap said something about tripling their net worth in a drought or something like that, or in a dip.
Yes,
Like that.
but a lot of us, we don't understand what that means, and if we don't have the experience, we are afraid to like look at Fabian's chart right quick with KLA. Most of us would be very cautious to enter KLA at 480. We were like, oh, wait a minute. That thing dropped from 900 that far. We don't want to get in. KLA is still a good company. It's still a good company. And people were like, well, why did you sell it? Well, because AMAT is whooping their butt right now in terms of net margin. They're whooping their butt, and they have 5 times more sales, 5 times more profit. And then I looked at one particular site where they were comparing KLA and AMAT, and KLA won 13 out of 21 indicators. But KLA at the time was $700 something a share versus AMAT being almost a little under 200 a share. So you do the math.
AMAT on sale too. I just got an alert on that thing going down to
Right,
186.
right. I just hopped in that thing at like 182 when the EV calculator I shared with everybody, that buying price was 190. It was 190 when the market opened. And then it dropped more. So that's what I'm saying. I look at a number of things. So go back to that methodology course. Line up your stuff according to their net margin. You know what I mean? What is it bringing in return? What is it going to benefit you versus how much you're paying to have that privilege? KLA, it's a little high for most people. Most people can't afford to get 100 shares of something that's at $700 a share. But you probably can afford to shoot for 100 if it's $200 a share. See what I'm saying? See the difference in the math. So I'm going to get a lot more out of AMAT than I am out of KLA on the buy and hold side.
Right.
So Maisha, in the Trappers Anonymous, you were saying that the lady lieutenant, I didn't hear her name.
Lieutenant Natalie.
Yeah, she also goes over charts too.
Yes, that is her sweet spot.
Okay.
She will, if you DM her, she normally has sporadic classes. Sometimes she'll just get on there, like with what Fabian did. Fabian saw a need, and he did a class. And she'll see a need and she'll do a class. Now, it might not be when you're available, but she'll do a class and she'll teach you how to do imbalances. And a lot of times her classes are recorded. So you can go back and replay and so on and so forth. So those of you who are in both Patreon and TA, use your resources. There's a lot there, and you can learn some things that will help you even be a better options trader, even from the TA side. So yeah. So just it's and a lot of those people in TA, those the seasoned ones, they play options too. They may not be in the Patreon chat, but those are some OGs. They've been doing it for a minute. And technical analysis, oh my goodness, some of them they got skills. Yes,
calling them. Trap said he got some monologists over there.
Oh yeah. that's my fam. I don't want to crack a joke about him, but yeah, he calls himself the dean of modology. But yeah, anyway, but yeah, so yeah, just use your resources, and be patient. If I can't say nothing else, be patient. If you hear all these people talking about they making money and stuff like that, they did not come after 2 weeks. No. And if they did, they got, I ain't gonna say lucky, they were blessed, but they also were cursed, because if you
they haven't went through nothing.
Hit a win too early, you're gonna get a false idea that that's the way it's always going to be for you, and it may not be, and then you might get burned, and then no, you haven't been through some things. Some of us, this has been quite a year. We got hit in the mouth in April, July, August, and then the people who were here last year, from, I think they said August to early October, it was red every day.
Mm-hmm.
And they said it was horrific. And then there's some TA Patreons, they were there when the market went like bearish after COVID. And they entered in and it was good, and then all of a sudden the entire market dropped, not a few stocks, everything dropped. And so when we go through these things, don't panic. All it's doing, it is building your fortitude to be able to handle difficulties in the future. Like right now, my Wingstop play is down like 50-some%. Most of us would probably have jumped out, but I'm gonna hang on because I'm not giving the market my money.
I just wanted to turn green. I just want to break even, or even 20%.
Right. I mean, and we don't know, that thing might turn around, that bird might mount up with wings and fly. And so I'm trying to wait and be patient. So be patient, guys. It's coming. You're gonna make that money. Trust.
I have a real quick question. The Trappers Anonymous, do you guys meet every Sunday, or is it every other Sunday?
Okay, so Trapper Anonymous, let me say this, because I don't want to, let that consume our meeting. Trapper Anonymous pretty much meet with Trap every week. We meet on Sunday. Tuesday is for both communities with Trapping Tuesdays in the chat. And then throughout the week in TA, there is always something that you can be involved in to, number one, build your community, build your ability to reach out to people. Because when they see you engaging in TA, those big dogs, those OGs, they will do everything they can to help you. A lot of times you can DM them, they be like, oh, bet, okay, let me help you. But if you're like a person that come in there every now and then you coming in and you trying to see what you can get out of that, they're not gonna help you then. You got to actually be involved and build that community. Like me and Fabian, we started rocking together. Back in the spring, we would be in, tagging each other in the chats. This was before we had a official chat. Like whenever we post, Davian will say something to me, I'll say something to him, and we'll say something. And then we started talking on Trapping Tuesday. So start building your community, and you'll find that there are people that want to take you a step further with the experience that they have, without it being a quote unquote formal class.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Hey, Mimi, are you familiar with RSI?
I do understand the RSI based on the video. I'm trying to really understand charts. Like I already lost money with some option plays, just not understanding the chart.
All right, give me a stock you want to look at.
So right now I am in the AMAT play for January.
So you're already in it
Yeah, I got him today.
today. All right. So when Trap's talking about RSI, you got in today, and the RSI is still falling. You see here?
Yes.
Now, Trap want to see some upward momentum before he gets in. So he like it to play around this 50 spot right here. Like right here, he probably would have jumped in. As you can see, he gained some momentum. It came down, and then it stayed above the 50. Then it went up again, and now we're back here. Now, my strategy before, I don't mind buying down here. Because in my eyes, after looking at all this previous movement, how it moves, I know it'll eventually get back up here. Now, I've seen some stocks that hang around up here for a long time. You didn't really get that here with AMAT. So you just got to understand where your growth is going to be at. So you're not bad right here. But at the same time, just looking at history, depending on what the price was here, you are going to get some momentum. Like I said, he just jumped in there. So that's the first thing I look at. And then after that, you're just trying to correlate your price. So do you know exactly what price you got in at?
I got it at the open.
Oh, right at open?
So it was like, I think 191.
Oh, and then it went down further. Oh, yeah. But that's pretty much how I do it. Like I said, I probably would have did what you did because it's below the 200-day moving average, all-time low. But just looking at this here,
yes,
that history, it could
go low.
This 175. Just looking at past trend, it hit here and then it hit here. We got some momentum, and now we got a drop. So it could come back down here, or you could go 180. Now, just me, before I looking at this, I probably would have said 185, 190. You got in a little above 190?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I was just telling y'all, my alert went off. I had an alert for 186. I didn't jump on it. My alert just went off. I'm tapped out on cash right now. So, but I always keep them alerts, let me know when stuff falls. So my alert had hit for 186. Had I had the cash, I probably would have jumped on them. But yeah, that's typically just using this method here, looking at the past trends, if it's under the 200-day. Now, sometimes you might, in these 200, like this right here, it stayed up here forever. So if I was here, I probably would have, you see, that's 190. I probably would have, depending on the RSI, I probably would have did a 195 or something like that. And keep in mind, this is his stock price. This don't even really have anything to do with your premium.
So based on the chart, like if it wasn't like red right here, and you're going back to the 50, so you would enter based off a red stick to enter.
Say that again.
So you would base your entry point based on a red stick, based on a red candlestick, and then you'll enter.
Well,
so how would you know when to
price? Just a price point, period, really. Because ultimately, you're making your decision off of these three blue lines, these three lines here.
Okay.
And 50-day, 120, the average, and then the 200. And basically, right now it's on sale because on average for the past 200 days, people have been paying $200.70. But now it's on sale. Now you just got to kind of figure out, because now we don't know how low it's going to go. But you already know it's on sale because for the past 200 days, on average, everybody has been paying at least $200 for this stock. in the past 50 days, and see right here, the 50-day is 195. So that's just where I'll end up trying to pick my price point and then just live with my decision.
Okay.
And looking at the RSI too. Now this thing could drop, but the RSI is still above 50. That means it still got some more room to drop, but it don't drop below 50, and got a slight curve here, just kind of seeing how the market gonna open tomorrow. But that's the first thing I do, just start looking at these trends. And let me blow this out. Like 3 months so we can dial in. So if you know how to read the candlesticks, it opened a little above 192, closed at 184. Got as low as like 183.
Mm-hmm.
We below the 200, we below the 50-day. So this thing could turn around anytime soon, or it could continue to drop further. But you already got in. I don't think you're in a bad spot. Now you just got to wait for the turnaround. But, you know, some people try to time the market and want to get that last little juice out of it. You want to get that end down here at 180. But you got some growth potential, so you didn't do bad. You're below the 50.
Okay.
Like I said, you can at least expect the RSI to get up here. That's going to be your growth.
Okay.
Just looking at trends, it doesn't do much more than that.
Okay.
And like I said, that's just using the moving average.
Okay. Okay. And then you put the links for these charts in the chat yet?
Yeah.
You did? Oh, okay.
Well, here you go. Let me see. Click on that. That's just the whole deal there. And I'm gonna pull up the alligator here real quick.
Okay.
And Mimi, if you go to YouTube, it's a guy named Data Trader. He has some amazing videos on the indicators and when to get in and exit stocks. And he'll kind of show you what those different moving averages mean. Like when you have those 10s and 50s crossing over each other and crossing down at 200, they call it like a death cross, meaning it's finna, the stock gonna probably keep going down for a little minute. When you see both of them crossing up, you know that's a golden crossing. Things are probably going to go up, but he has some really helpful videos. He's called Data Trader on YouTube.
Right. I seen you post that and I went there and I was confused.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was completely confused.
All right, this one right here I got pulled up. This is basically the alligator. And if you're trying to set up the alligator on stockcharts.com, like I say, you got to go down here and do a couple of things. So as far as your overlays, you're still gonna pick your simple moving averages. Now, when you setting this up for the alligator method, like say you got to click all three for simple moving averages. You know that the alligator method deals with the lip, the teeth, and the jaw. Are we familiar with that process? Alligator?
I seen it.
Okay, the lip, the teeth, and the jaw. Now, for me understanding it, I did my colors this way. So it's easy for me to identify on the chart. Pink lips, gold teeth, black jaw. Those my colors for the moving average.
It's just interesting.
Yeah. Pink lips, gold teeth, black jaw.
You gave them grills, okay.
Yeah, exactly. So, because like she was saying, you can get confused with these lines all over the place, and one line has to do something specific. So I need to make sure I know I'm looking at the right line.
Okay.
And then we got our RSI. And basically we use the RSI and the alligator method to analyze our entry and exit points, or just find out trends and what the market is doing and what it's going to do next. Now, I love looking at the history of this thing, but it gets a little intimidating even for me when you actually got to make your decisions. It's good looking at the trends back here, but up here is where you got to make your decisions. So let me blow this thing out. Which one we're looking at here? KLAC. Let me go to something else. Give me something y'all want to look at.
A Plantier.
Oh, see, plants, they breaking all the rules.
Sleep.
Mm-hmm.
What are you worrying about?
We're just talking about different stocks right now.
All right. So RSI.
Not really one single thing.
See how this thing was moving? This 52-week RSI. So this thing, it was running. What's the month? Around February. It ran for about a month. Then it stayed above that 50 line. And then we got a dip right here. What was that dip? Right before May. I forget what event happened around that time. Something did happen.
Look at where your ass is.
Marvin, if you can hear us, you're unmuted.
It's in the middle line.
Who we need to mute?
It was Marvin Griffin.
Marvin.
Marvin.
Realizes, yeah. There you go. There you go.
So based on this chart so far, do you think it's gonna still run, or because it looks like it's on an uptrend?
All right, so looking at this one right here, this is where we are now. So we've been running. So it needs to pull back a little bit. Now here, it ran, it pulled back. See, we're on the new territory right now because all this is based on it joining the S&P. So before the S&P, this is the type of movement it was doing on its own. But now it has more eyeballs on it. So we don't know how long we're going to be up here.
Okay.
So now I would say that's a 70, already over 7, that's 80. We have fallen under the 70. We could get back up here again. I think it just did that pullback, because of what's going on in the market right now. But yeah, right now, technically, it would be slightly overbought. We have finally came up under that 70 because, yeah, I don't know if you got it, but I got it. And, it's been running. I was up like 135%. And then today it dropped. It dropped big. I'm at like 95% now.
Can I say something real quick? If you notice, like using the RSI right here that they trying to show us, if you look at it, guys, if you've never seen the RSI, you look at where the line is when it starts to it starts to raise. It's like its biggest rise. You see where you can kind of tell, like, if I believe this chart is year to date, I think. You can see where it, of course you guys can't see my cursor, but if you look at where the point at which it kind of skyrockets and it's its biggest increase, you can kind of get an idea of where you want the RSI to kind of be when you're trying to line up when to enter or when to even leave. So from what I'm seeing, for an example, with PLTR, the biggest times are like somewhere close to the 50. There's one like earlier in the year, I see it's around like, I'm gonna say 40, where it spiked all the way up to that maybe 65 right there. I don't know if you guys can see what I'm seeing, what I'm looking at. But if you kind of look at the biggest increases, you can kind of get an idea of where you might want to look to position yourself. That's what I was going to say.
Now, based on this alligator method right here, I'm gonna blow this thing out, and we just kind of give ourselves an idea. Like I said, right now, this is really where you got to make your decisions at towards the end. Okay. Well, I just do 3 months so we can see this thing. All right, so pink, what do we say, the lips?
Yes.
Gold teeth, black
Mhm.
jaw. So it closed at 41 today. Based on this alligator method that I read, I'm not too proficient on it. If anybody want to chime in, when the lips cross over the teeth and the jaw, that's going to start signaling a downtrend. But I think in that video, what did she say? It's all about when it opens and closes. Oh, I think I wrote that down.
So
Yeah, I think it has to cross the green. Go ahead.
yeah, from what I understand so far, with the alligator method, I'm of course still learning it. Once the lines are about to kind of close in, that's how you know that there's some sort of change happening as far as like say a stock is running, it's running up. If it's running up, you would literally see all three lines spread out, and normally on mine, the lips are kind of on top of when there's an uptrend, the lips are on top. It's lips, teeth, and jaw being at the bottom. I think that's how Fabian has his. But once the teeth pass through, and if you scroll up in the chat without like making it too wordy and confusing you, there is a video reference and it's amazing. But basically, when the teeth pass through a green line, there might be, depending on how large that green candle is, when I say green line, green candle, it will it'll go up. There's a chance that there might be a run, but then when the lips pass through a red line, that's how you know that there might be like you might want to watch it if you can. There might be a pullback right there, depending on how large the red line is. So again, if you watch the video, it does a really good job of explaining how that looks, so you can kind of get an idea of, like, for an example, Fabian was saying he was up how much percent in this stock, and then I was up. There's a stock named ARM, and I was even up 77% in PLTR. Unfortunately, I wasn't looking at the alligator at that point. I was like away, and I did not know how to navigate it on my phone. I normally look at it on my computer. But if you can see when a trend is just going, and you're just like, oh my gosh, I'm up crazy amount of percent. Should I jump out? Should I jump out? I'm not sure. I see that question a lot in the Patreon. I'm up this amount of percent. Should I jump out? Well, if you look and see how spread out the lines are, you'll feel more comfortable knowing, like, okay, there's not going to be a pullback yet. Let me wait to see if the teeth or the lips pass through any candles. You know what I'm saying? If they don't pass through any candles and it's just going, you're kind of good. Essentially, that's what I have so far.
Yeah, like I say, it's an indicator that's supposed to help you with the RSI. Like I said, I'm still learning the alligator myself, but I know the video that Janelle had posted had something to do with where it closes, where the teeth close. So I'm trying to pull that up here real quick. All right, so when the candle closes above the teeth, we're going for a downtrend. So pretty much right now, we're waiting on the lips to cross over the teeth. And then when they cross over the jaw, we could be going further down. So right now we was in an up motion with the lip here, and we could be going sideways. Really depends on how the thing opens tomorrow. But right now, the teeth, it closed above the teeth. So that should be signaling it going back up. But don't quote me on that because I'm still learning this process.
So I wish you guys could see my cursor, but essentially, yeah, kind of what Fabian's saying. If the lips, which is the pink, right? You said
yeah,
the lips is pink. So that, from what I'm understanding, the pink line, which is the lips, when it actually passes over a red candle, you can see it right there at the top. That the two smaller red candles, it's like the one small red candle all the way at the right, and you see the right, exactly, and the kind of larger candle next to it on the left. When it passes through a red candle, there's a chance it might dip. Now, I can't tell how large this candle is from this graph here, but normally, from what I've seen so far, like the larger the candle, the more influence it is. But you still kind of want to see which way it's going to trend. Essentially, what this tool does is to kind of keep you. It helps react against the market quickly, so you can get in and out of plays. But again, the pink lips passing through the red candle signifies that there could be a dip, and then the teeth passing through a green. So the teeth, Fabian's teeth are gold. So that gold line passing through a green, you can see it actually kind of dead in the center. You can see it passing through the green line, the green candle. I keep saying line. You can see the gold line, which is the teeth, passing through a green candle, and then there was an uptrend. That was, if you look at October right there, the 2nd, that's what I'm talking about. If you line up that green candle, it went through the gold teeth went through, or excuse me, I'm right. The gold line, gold teeth goes through the green candle, so you see there's an uptrend happening. That is what it's supposed to help you do. Now you see that it right before that, the lines went through. Yeah, they are touching. So it's called there's something, I'm not even going to get into that. There's a term.
I remember this part right here. So like the lips are at the top, but when they go down to the bottom, when they now become the bottom of the jaw and the teeth, then that's going to start signaling an uptrend based on when the teeth close on that particular stock, like you were saying there.
Yeah.
So we got the lips here at the top. Now right here, it didn't never actually go up under the jaw, but it still ended up doing an uptrend. Now that doesn't jive with what I read.
Mm-hmm.
But it did go up under the teeth. It didn't quite go up under the jaw, but then it made its uptrend and kept going. Now, if the lips cross over the teeth, now I'm also being told that the alligator is a lagging indicator. So if the lips pass the teeth, you could be notified that too late. So that's why you're supposed to see when the stock closes on a particular on one particular of these lines. If it opens above the teeth or closes below the teeth. The indicator to give you an advance notice that there's going to be a trend going down or up, because this lip might not cross the teeth for maybe a day and a half or 2 days, and you don't kind of miss the trend, or you didn't get in or get out when you were supposed to. So I said we got this video in there to help clarify that, but I just kind of want to give everybody the game on using stockcharts.com for this.
Yeah. I use Webull here, and I do mess around with like the day to the minute to the just at different intervals to see. You can kind of and again, I don't know how much Webull actually is one-to-one with what's going on live. I don't know if there's a way to like watch if there's a chart or any resource anywhere that can be like as close to live as possible, but normally it shouldn't be a day. It really should be like at the latest like 15 minutes, which in 15 minutes I've seen something drop like 20-30%, but that's like kind of rare in 15 minutes, at least from what I've seen. I'm kind of new, but if it's a laggy indicator, I didn't want to call her out.
The alligator is actually new to me. I was introduced to it by Janelle. I actually use.
I heard you break it down one day.
I use EMAs, TTM screens, and RSI on a normal basis. So alligator, I'm still learning that one.
Yeah. She apparently killed it. She dissected one of the stocks, and Janelle said she got it. But I do remember that. Yeah. But Shakola is the reason I bought the charting book. I'm still going through it.
But yeah, once I get this part dialed in about the open and closing below or above the teeth, then I'll be on it. But like I said, I just start working with setting it up, and I'll be using all of them, to be honest with you, because all of them got different strategy methods to dial in for sure.
David, what do you trade on? Because I normally use a brokerage app to kind of use the alligator instead of this website.
Oh, I trade on Charles Schwab.
Okay, so Thinkorswim, I imagine even if alligator method is a laggy indicator, I feel like Thinkorswim would be able to
Thinkorswim got a lot going on for it for me. The only thing I do use it for is the premiums. When identifying the premium on sale. Other than that, I navigate on other platforms for speed and clarity.
Shakola and Janelle, they live and die by Charles Schwab. They love Thinkorswim.
I'm telling you, Thinkorswim is the most amazing thing you could chart on. When I say it has so many nifty tools, and then their chat line is amazing. Like those people will walk you through everything. You can even share your screen, and they'll show you how to do things. But like it's so like literally, you can set up sets for your studies, so you can literally have some set for EMAs, RSIs, TTM squeeze, and then have the alligator method. All you have to do is click one button, and it'll apply to all of your charts immediately. Like it's a lot. Once you learn it, it's amazing. So it's like you don't have to add it every single time. You can literally just create sets of how you want to use what indicators, and just go to name the set and just click on that button, and it'll add it back to the chart for you. So I love it. And then like Thinkorswim also, it has a way where you can load up 4 or 5 different screens at one time. So a lot of times I'll throw the stock on the left and then put the contract chart on the right, so I can see how that contract is moving. Also seeing when it's crossing over with certain EMAs and where the RSI is going with the contract chart at the same time as you're looking at the price chart. So then you can kind of see what price the stock is at when the contract price is at whatever place, and then kind of know where you want to enter it. So love Thinkorswim. Love it.
Dang, man. I gotta figure that out on Webull, man.
Yeah, I call, Charles Schwab, Thinkorswim, and all that, the grown folk account. You got to graduate over that eventually. It just has everything you need as far as growing your accounts and retirement and things of that nature, all in one place.
Yeah, I think between Thinkorswim and Webull, they are definitely like, when it comes to customizing everything, like Shakola was saying, like they're really, really, really good. They're amazing.
So, Davian, I sent you the request for the Google Doc. You have the request to access to see
Oh,
it.
really?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to go through all that. How did they do that? All right. Have to reset that up. That will come through my email, huh?
Yeah, it said I should be waiting for an email when you approve it.
All right. I'm gonna have to set that up. Okay. All right. Well, other than that, man, I'm about done. So, if anybody got any other questions, I'm gonna update this Google link so I won't have to approve everybody.
Yeah. I wanted to ask this before. I don't know how long you guys have been doing, like been in the market, but well, actually, have you guys been in the market since the last election? Because I had a question that I was hoping that Jose saw that I could ask Trap, but I wanted to know, like, similar to how quadruple winching would affect the market, like Trap was saying, the next 7 to 10 days. Does anybody know like how long? Well, number one, how long would how long would an earning report affect the market? And then same thing for like the presidential election. Like, how long does a president being voted into office? How long does that affect the market? Those are my two questions.
But the only thing I heard Trap mention on that is the stock market does great during an election. He didn't really give specific numbers other than that. You know, like quad winching, we expecting a pullback. His data and research shows that during elections, there's a growth versus a pullback. Hey, but we could be the ones that end up with the pullback, you know. That's all I heard him say on that one. And that was on one of the Trapping Tuesdays.
Gotcha. Okay. He's probably going to talk about it anyway during those Trapping Tuesdays, like after the election. But yeah, if there's a because I know a lot of people, like before not knowing anything about the market, a lot of people were like, you know, they typically like when a Republican wins because boom, you know, the market goes up. And then some people are just like, you know, they don't really like the Democratic Party because, you know, it goes the other way. But if we know how to trap in a drought, then when the pullback happens, like that's another opportunity, right? Like it got either way, it gotta we know how to navigate.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to get this link out there real quick.
Hey, appreciate this, Davian, man. Appreciate this. It's been real helpful.
No problem, man.
Before we jump off, man, to the new trappers, I just want to touch on something real quick in regards. Somebody asked earlier about the like the number of portfolios. Just be mindful if you trading with one portfolio, like for your buy and hold and your options, like that's gonna screw all up your capital gain percentage. So you know you might want to be mindful of that because that's is good if you do have them split up because it'll give you a good indication of you know how good you are with your option plays because you know, a lot of times say if your option plays are down, it'll say that your capital gains percentage, it'll make it look like it's trash. So you'll really have no way to gauge, you know, how you look in year to date, you know, for your buy and hold. You know what I'm saying? So say for example, with my 401k, a point in time this year, I think I was at like a 5% capital gains on my 401k. And in my personal, you know, buy and hold, I think I was up like 35%, 40%. So had I've had my option plays mixed in that, it could have been a possible pullback, and it would look like my 401k was outperforming, you know, my personal buy and hold. But because of that, I was able to be like, okay, let me take a large portion of my money out of my 401k, because essentially, you know, I was doing better on my own, you know, than the professionals is supposed to be, you know, managing my portfolio. So I would strongly advise, you know, just have two different portfolios, you know, just if you care about the capital gain percentage, you know. And if you're a new trapper, you definitely should care about that, because that's a good indicator of, you know, how well you're doing. And you can gauge, you know, year to year. If you see, okay, I only did 15% or 20% this year, you know, that'll force you to kind of go back to the drawing board and see, okay, you know, how can you get better, you know, as an investor? You know what I'm saying? So that's a good gauge to keep an eye on that, you know, that percentage for sure.
So is that good for taxes too? Like does it mess you up if you have the buy and hold with your options?
No, I don't think it will, because that also depends on how you're doing as far as with your profits. You know,
Mhm.
you get better tax breaks if you're holding your buy and holds longer than a year. Say if you know, I mean, that's the whole point of the buy and hold also. Say if if you buy and holds and you selling them, you know, for profit, say 3 or 4 months, you know, you're gonna get taxed at a higher interest rate. So as long as you keeping those for at least a year, you know, then you're gonna be good. And that's only for your realized gain. So say if you make 50% in your buy and hold, but you don't ever cash out, you keep everything, you know, in there, and you just pretty much have X amount value in your stocks, is going to be unrealized because you didn't, pull anything off of it. So you don't have to worry about that as far as, the tax goes. That's only if you actually are cashing out on your profit, then that's when you got to worry about, taxes. So that's another reason why you want to make sure you keep an eye on that, because if you're buying holds, you're only getting like say 5 to 10% or something like that. You don't want to be cashing out on that, because you're gonna get screwed on tax and you're really not making any money. And that'll, be an indicator. Okay, you need to go back to the drawing board and improve on your stock picks and your evaluations.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, for
I,
sure.
I think each account, I could be wrong, but I think there's like a 1099 or some form that your brokerage will have for you for your account. So it'll kind of keep track of that. So if you have a tax person or whenever it's time to do your taxes, there is a form somewhere in your brokerage. And that's probably another question you can ask the Patreon. Depending on who uses what brokerage, you can say like, where's that form I would need to present my taxes. So it doesn't, if you do have, everything in one account, which if you do, and it's hard to keep track of that, the brokerage should have that document.
No, you're correct. And also be mindful too. Just so you guys know, I know a lot of people, be itching to get those W-2s so you can file your taxes. Like you said, you do have to wait on that 1099, for your stock gains. And a lot of times that comes, weeks after your W-2. I think one time, I'm always filing late because I'm waiting on that 1099. I think last year they got a little bit quicker with that, but yeah, it's been times where, I may get my W-2 in January, and I may not get that 1099 from E-Trade until like, late February. It's been years where it's like March. So keep, just to prepare yourselves.
Gosh, thanks. I appreciate it. What brokerage do you use?
I use E-Trade, and I see a lot of people say they couldn't get options on E-Trade. Then I went to Charles Schwab. So I do my Charles Schwab with my option plays, and I do E-Trade on the buy and hold. So if anybody, having issues with that, Charles Schwab been real cool with allowing people to trade options.
Got you. Thank you. I was just about to go to them if Robinhood didn't approve me. I was like,
Yeah.
Charles Schwab is my last place to go. I was gonna hit up Shakola if they had got to that point. But yeah. One more thing I wanted to ask before we go. Um, Number one, Fabian, where can we get the video? Or is that what you're working on right now with the Google?
I just sent the basically the slides I was working with today with all the links. That's what we're looking at now.
Okay.
The video is supposed to take 12 to 24 hours before they upload it. Then I'll upload it to the Patreon. But this little deal right here, what I got on gift, I took the liberty of putting all the lottery picks that Trap has put up since I've been in with the value buy-in price, load the boat price, and there's a link on there that automatically updates the current ticker price.
Oh, nice.
So,
Thank you.
so y'all save that to your desktop, and then from there you just go ahead and add on your own as new lottery picks come out.
Good. When I have a similar sheet as well, and you could do like a condition. So like when the current price goes below the buy-in, or when it goes below the load the boat, you can change different colors. Like that was something I think would have helped too. So like
So you see it? All right.
You like if you just go to it, you go conditions. So just put a condition over the actual buy-in price or the load the boat price, trap price and load the boat price. And then when the current price actually goes below it, the color will change. That'll be a good, quick look at it, and you'll see what you can buy in.
Okay, cool.
All right, so if there's nothing wrong with the link, this is what it should look like. So this one at the top, I think that's the one he put in today. So generally the way I set mine up, I got the ticker. These columns here, they have codes in there, so you don't want to mess that up. So when you add a new one, just add the ticker, and then it'll put the name automatically and the current stock price automatically. And then you just have to go in and add what Trap has as the value, the buy-in, and the load the boat.
So will we add that at the bottom where like the 30s are?
Well, you can add it. I've been adding mine at the top. You can add it where you want. But if you wanted to continue to do what I got it doing, like say here, insert row, and then,
okay, cool.
And then you want to copy these values. Where is it? Oh, right here. Copy that value, paste the formula only, and then automatically update there. Same here, copy the formula, paste it here. Make sure you paste formula only. And now it's going to operate off the ticker. So give me a ticker.
Somebody in the chat said
PLTR.
Yeah,
I was going to say that.
You gotta say it again.
All right, so see, I put in the ticker. It gave us the name automatically, and it gave us the stock price. Then all we have to do, go to our lottery picks that Trap posted and put this information in for your preference. Like my man was saying about color codes, I had a few. I always just highlight mine so I can go back and look at it. At the time, this was green, and it was it had reached, well, it still is, because the buy-in price is $5.75. Current price is $5.70. So I will highlight that to see if I want to continue to watch that to get in. Maybe it'll get down to the load the boat. That's just me kind of being transparent and looking at them regularly. And plus, I already got a lot of these already set up as alerts in my system. So when they do fall $5 above the buy-in, then I really start tuning in. Now this one right here, this did a stock split. So when Trap put this information in here, these was the current prices. So I just did the math, and basically your buy-in would be 52. Your load the boat would be 43.
Oh, okay.
Just like I said, this column here just for notes. Some companies I wasn't familiar with put Trap's information in here. You click on it, it expands it, and you want to figure out what that company does. In case you forgot, some of this stuff be in here so long.
Yeah. I actually had a question for Janelle. She's not in here this week, but when she had showed us that the Google spreadsheet, I understood from like however many columns she had. I understood like the first, I think it was like 6 or 7 columns, like all the stuff that's in the course, like the formula that she was trying to respect for trap because not everyone took the class. I understood all of that and how she got to all of that stuff, but everything after that, I just had a few questions for her. I guess I'll catch her. I guess in Trappers Anonymous or something. Cause I can't. It's hard to get in touch with people and directly in the Patreon, but I was just
You
trying
had
to
a question based on the column that she created, or
yeah, it was more specific to her, the way her spreadsheet was set up because she had, I don't know if you remember it, but she had all of the options plays, kind of like how you have the buy and holds, the lottery pick. She had the options for trap, and I know a lot of people were
are
asking
we
like,
talking about the strike price percentages?
I knew how she got all of that, but it was something else that she had like a whole column that said like on sale with a checkbox. She had other prices. I guess she customized it for her personal.
Oh yeah.
But I wanted to ask her about those things.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. Wait, isn't it in her video?
It shows you how to set it up, but then I was like, I was just curious on like why they were there, but like maybe it isn't it because she in the video
that's not course. That part right there is just her. I have something similar, but I don't have drop down boxes like hers because I put on my spreadsheet after I've done my research. This is the strike price that I want for this. This is the open interest on it. I put all that on my spreadsheet.
Gotcha.
This is the delta, and I might and keep in mind I'm doing everything based off when the market closed on Friday. So when I'm doing my research on Sunday, it's based off the numbers that closed on Friday. So when Monday or Tuesday roll around, I'm already knowing what I want and what it looks like and how much it's gonna cost.
Right.
It could go up or down, but that's just me journaling, so to speak, on what I would want to have. And I think that's what she had over there in those columns. And she already identified what's a sale price. None of that's trap stuff. That's just her personal strategy.
I figured. Yeah. All right. So I guess I gotta. Well, I didn't even actually spend any time like trying to put the formula in properly so it could like look like how's hers look. And then I guess I'll go from there. But I guess once we have more meetings, it'll develop into what I need it to look like. Avian, are you in Trappers Anonymous? Do you go to those meetings?
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
As they say, I kind of got mine out the mud with the Trappers course.
I got you.
Now that's real good, but you need that push. I've been able to self-teach for a while. Ex-military and everything like that. But when there's something I just can't understand, I'm reaching out for help for sure. But for the most part, just like buying the course, I know that I'm gonna sit down. Some people buy the course and don't even look at them. They got excited with the ad he put on Instagram for all the money and bought the course, but now they don't want to look at it. Don't want to do the work.
I went over the options masterclass like 3 times, and it's funny that we talked about the deep in the money or the in the money and then out the money, and a lot of people felt the same way. I felt like the out the money was like, all right, this is my 2-step dance right here. This is where I'm going to be at, and this is where I want to learn it. This is good. So I think I'm pretty much good on the course as far as retaining all that information. I take a lot of notes. I guess it's just applying it at this point.
Execute. It's time. So this time last year, man, I was just watching Trap do all his option plays. He he had me excited, but I was still focused on the buy and hold. I followed all his methods with the buy and hold. And my buy and hold percentages increased. I was buying the right stocks. I bought them at the right price, and everything he said came to fruition. So then, I don't want to call it a New Year's resolution, but January I had said, "Oh, I'm going to the options. I'm gonna join the Patreon," and I pretty much started from there with that and dialed in, got engaged, executed. I got a notebook full of trap notes.
I literally didn't know anything about the market until like the third week of August this year. And I literally, like, every single day since the third week of August, I've just been just studying, just always the Patreon, all the time, asking questions.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. That's the best way to learn right there.
Yeah, for real. Like, the super supportive in the Patreon. And I laugh every day. Like, between watching trap videos and him having me laugh and then the stuff I read in the Patreon, I am cracking up like all day. People are so funny in there.
And I think a lot of people don't realize how valuable it is just to be able to have, trap as a resource, man. Like, that's
exactly.
Like I've been trading buy and hold literally, more than like since I was like 19, 20. And I had no clue. I thought I knew what I was doing, but I literally, until I found trap, like I didn't know what I was doing. Like, I really didn't. So the fact that, for the people that's just jumping on these stocks and you have these resources, like, that's priceless. That's so that's so
Paying for
priceless.
access. I think you talked about that. Yeah, paying for access for sure.
No, definitely. And it's crazy how you said, Thavian, with buying the course. I remember when I first bought the course, man, I bought the course, life happened. I didn't have time for the course, but I ended up jumping into a play, wanting to make some money. I'm seeing people get in. I'm okay, let me do this. I jump into a play. Crazy thing about it, I ended up hitting 100% on a play, and I literally hadn't touched the course. I had no clue how to close. I had no clue how to sell the close. So I literally promise you. So next thing I know, I'm like, man, I need to figure out how to sell this, before it drops. Next thing I know, I'm at literally 130%. I had to go watch the course to figure out how to close. I had no clue. I had no clue how to close.
I was trying to, before PLTR, before it took off and I made that 77%, it was at like -44. And I'm like, yo, I need to cut this, because in the course he was like, when you get to -10%, or cut it before it get any worse. And I'm like, all right, I need to cut this. And it was just sitting there in my queue, and it just like would not leave. And I'm like, yo, how do I get this out? What is happening? Yeah, so I learned at that time.
I'm gonna say this one thing real quick, and then I'll be out. But what made me jump on the course was I was in a play, and if I've seen this question, man, the stock is moving, but my value is not going up. And I was asking that question in the chat, and nobody was responding. Then somebody said something about the delta and the premium. So that's when I jumped on the course, because the stock price is moving, but your premium ain't going nowhere. And the reason for that is, I don't want to call it on sale, but prime example, Fast bought that back in February. I'm doing the research now because Fast just started running again. So at the time, Trap had us on I think it's an 80 strike. It's a 79 strike. We got into play at $76. At $76, the premium was about $6. Fast just ran back up. It's now at that same price we started that play with, 76. But the premium is only like $3. It don't have the same value that it did. So it's going to take the stock price to go even higher just for you to get back in that premium range before your option starts making money again.
See, that's the part that kind of still eludes me right now, because I think that was happening with Target for me today, and I was like, I thought, I mean, I guess that's the theta with when the time starts working against you, but it's just like
that too.
But I remember the one of the rules was like don't really mess with anything like 45 days to the expiration date. It was like, you kind of don't want to mess with that. But I thought I didn't have to worry about this until that time. So I'm like looking at Target and like, hold on. It's possible that I could have been looking at the chart wrong though, because I normally like to look at the stock chart versus the contract, like Shakola was talking about earlier. It's possible that I could have been looking at the chart wrong, but I was like, wait, I think Target's running, but my contract is in the negative. What is happening? So I probably got to figure that out.
I think I did. You did ask that question. It was a little detailed answer, but that's basically what it was, man. Because the market sets the premium prices, like that. What's this last play Trap just did? The one he is in right now.
Goldman Sachs.
Yeah. Now that stock price is over $500, but the premium was only like $3 something. Normally, any stock over $500, you got a high premium. I just knew that thing was expensive, and it wasn't compared to the others. You get Meta, it's over $500. Man, that premium is up there.
Yeah,
$800, $1,000, bro. So it like I said, the market sets the premium. It just depends on the stock, the popularity, the volatility. If it ain't got nothing going on, shit, they might lower the premium compared to the stock price. So that's what made me end up going in, because I needed more clarity on that. So that's why I think you was asking about in the money and out the money. Because the farther you get away from that strike price, the lower that delta is, and sometimes it takes forever to get back up there. But if you got time, it'll move fast. But once you start getting close to the expiration date, it moves slow and everything works against you. Now this fast thing is moving. Expiration ain't until January, but I should just cash out on it now.
Yeah,
it was down about 90%. Now it's only down like 16. It came all the way back.
Yeah, I saw when you posted that it was flying and it went up. I saw one giant green candle, and I'm like, I'm a paper trade just to see where it go. And I bought 2 of them, and I'm like looking at it, and that thing went to it went up 20%. Then it was like negative 10% one day. Then it was like up 15, then down 10%. I'm like, bro. I said, man, listen, I'm gonna just chalk this up as just me missing this. I'm gonna just get rid of these 2 and just keep an eye on
it. You got it at the sale price, like I said, because that thing was the same stock price when I bought it back in February. The premium was $6. The same stock price now, the premium was $3. And I think I told you, and you jumped on it, so it was definitely on sale.
Yeah. I was a little confused about that too, because I was like looking at the stock and it was like an all-time high. But this goes into a rabbit hole. I'm not going to get into it. I just sold both of them at like 50. I was up 15%. I was like, let me just get out of those and just keep an eye on it, because I'm just not sure, and I don't want to be hoping, like you said. We don't hope.
Yeah,
we gotta be sure. Yeah. So like right now, I know it's late, but yeah, basically right now, Target looks like it's going up for the last for what I'm seeing, it's looking like it's trending upwards, at least since Monday. But then my contract is down. I got to look at the delta again. But I think that's the last piece of the course that I'm just like very unsure about, is that delta. I'm just not sure. But yeah.
Yeah, delta is nothing more than what you get paid every time the stock moves $1. That's it. That's all. No complication about that.
But as you get closer to the strike price, the delta can change, right?
It goes up. Yeah, it goes up. So if the delta is 50 cents right now, the stock moves $1, you'll get that 50 cents. the stock price starts getting closer to the strike price, that delta might turn to 51 cents, 52 cents,
Mm-hmm.
and goes the other way when the stock price go down. That's all the delta is. You know, a lot of people are picking their strike price and expirations, you know, trying to start out with a strong delta. That's all you're looking at. And once again, that depends on the stock. A strong delta for some stocks is 45 cents, 40 cents, you know. And if you want more than that, then you're going to pay more.
Yeah. I'm not going to pay more right now. I don't got it.
I'll say this, then I'll let y'all go. But my strategy, you know, was, you know, all my plays got to be 11 or 1200. Flip that, so I'm getting at least $1,000 with 100%. You know, as I grew, then I can get into the 1500 play. Then I can go into the 2000.
Right.
Metal was my biggest one, 6,000. Now I'm in Eli Lilly, 7,000. So
yeah,
I've been growing.
Right.
Started out right there.
Right. That's where I'm at right now. Like, I feel like Eli Lilly is like, as far as what we play around with in the Patreon, Eli Lilly seems to be the most expensive, but I've seen it at its lowest low, which happens like twice a year. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to keep an eye on it around February, like second half of January, February, maybe March, around that time. In September areas it dips. But yeah.
And like once you learn the process, you can find some cheaper ones to start building on. Now, the first one I did on my own was Walmart, and the only reason I did Walmart because it had just split. It had just split. And
is that a good idea to do when there's a split, to like kind of look at it? Because Sony just split, I think, like last week.
Well, yeah, but I here's the thing about what you know about Walmart. Walmart split all the time. Walmart done split about 100 times. Knowing what I know now, you should always have some shares for Walmart, because they're gonna split, they're gonna double, they're gonna multiply, they're gonna Hey, and as soon as they get about $150, $200, boom, they're gonna split again. That's what I learned about Walmart since I started this option thing, because I just jumped on it because it was a cheap play, and we know that Walmart stock's gonna go up. So I knew this option was gonna give me some returns. Didn't know I was gonna get them as fast as I'm getting them. I done ran 4 plays on Walmart. Know I done made at least 6, 7K. And they cheap. They cheap.
You gotta whisper me somehow, man. You gotta send me an email when you.
I'm just saying that.
Yeah, I got Walmart when it was splitting just for the buy and hold, and it's up 40% already, and it only been but some months. So
yeah.
Hey, and they just gave Walmart a target of $100 now. I just started me another contract, 85 strike price, expiration March, 6 contracts.
Hold on. You know what? I'm just gonna watch it.
I'm confident I can cash out in December, maybe January.
Running it up.
Yep, there you go.
Jeez. Yeah, man. I'm gonna ask you about that Walmart strike. Well, if I catch you again in the Patreon, I'm gonna ask you.
It's a lot of people in Walmart, so you're gonna find different open interests. So you got variety there.
Yeah.
You got variety on the strike. You got variety on the expiration. It's just how much you want to pay.
What's your expiration right now? Off the top of your head on that one?
85.
That was your strike price, or
the strike price is 85.
What's the expiration? Like
March.
March 85. I see it. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, see, that's in my range. I just need this money to clear around with it, man. I'll be saying it from time to time to Patreon, like, bro, I kind of jumped the gun too early, and I moved my money before we will approve me, and I was like, that was a mistake. And now I gotta wait like 2 weeks for it to clear all of that up and then move it over. But yeah, I'm gonna keep my eye on Walmart. Thanks for that.
Yeah, my son 19. After I figured that out, man, boy, go get you some Walmart every year. You need to buy $100 Walmart every year, bro. So they split all the time. Just increasing your shares, increasing your net worth, and they do it over again.
Do they oh wait, you just said you just started doing, well, you guys have been doing buy and hold for a while. Because I remember there's a guy, I forgot his name. He hardly talks in the Patreon, but in the other meeting he said there's like seasonal businesses, like you always know they're gonna perform well in like a certain season, like so like the holidays, you see maybe Walmart might be one of those, or Target. I know Target. It was a
That's what I was saying about Wingstop. But
yeah.
Wingstop blowing up is football.
Oh, damn. Wait, when's that start? I don't watch football. When does that start? When does it go crazy? Right around now?
Yeah. And that's when they're pushing their most commercials during football games. And really kill it during the Super Bowl. So that thing will probably, if you're getting in low now, probably peak out February, March before it do a back turn. Just looking at the history of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in it, but looking at trends, Wingstop was actually too expensive for me too.
Yeah, that's why I paper trading it. I'm sick looking at it and I'm paper trading it. Like that's how I am. Like just looking at it, it's like, even though I'm not losing the money, I'm just looking at that negative 52. I'm like, dang.
Yeah, I wish I would have passed on that Wingstop. I ain't gonna lie. I wish I would have passed on it. But I did jump out early though. I seen the ship was sinking, and I jumped out early and was able to, jump into some other plays. So it ended up working out. But yeah, that one right there, man.
Yeah, Trap's hit rate, his win rate is crazy though. Like I think it's only the Wingstop that upset him. He was fine with everything else, like just the Wingstop of all his plays. His win rate's still crazy.
But here's the thing about the Wingstop. It did what it was supposed to do.
Yeah, it flew.
Right.
Yeah. Friday, it did.
At that point, you just gotta know how to get in and get out.
Get out. Yeah.
If you're trying to, but we all sitting here for the November rally.
Right.
That's a lot of stuff I could have done sold, but I'm holding out for the November rally because I think I can get 200, 250. But then again, like y'all talking about earlier, the election could throw this one off. Might not get the November rally.
Yeah.
A lot of extra variables this year.
Yeah, Lily. I'm holding on to Lily for that November rally. That's what I'm waiting for.
Half of the stuff I'm holding on for right now is all about the November rally. I seen it happen last year. I was nowhere near. I seen that shit. My buy and hold was in the November rally. Crazy numbers. Now I'm in options. I want to see that shit this year.
Yeah, no,
exactly.
No, for real.
Exactly. All right, man. I'm gonna be taking a look at these Walmart. It's in my range, man. I'm ready, man. I'm excited.
All right, man.
And look, real quick before I jump off, real quick. I know everybody rushing. Oh, look, it was only one thing that Ms. Holmes said that I disagree with. When we first got on, she said that you need at least 10,000 to play in this options game. I strongly disagree with that. So to anybody new trappers, you don't need that much money. Yeah, obviously the more money you got, the more you're gonna be able to flip. But if we talking about flipping money for 100%, you can get an option play for 1,000, 2,000 on average. A lot of them be. So you could start off with 2,000, get 2 contracts, flip that to 4,000. Then you flip that to 8,000. That and then at that you damn near at 10,000. So versus somebody else that's like, okay, I don't got 10,000. Man, let me just keep stacking. No, you don't need that. You could get into the game with like this Walmart play. I don't know what it'll cost, but it ain't gonna be no 10,000. So don't let that discourage nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like we all but it's different for everybody.
Yeah, it's under 500. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm working with $2,000. It's under 500, and I know I could turn two grand into 10. And
there you go.
Exactly. I would say by that very least this summer, because there's 2 people in the Patreon. Real quick, Fabian. There's 2 people in the Patreon that they said they turned 2K into 10K in like 4 months, and somebody turned 6K into 30K in 6 or 7 months. I'm like, bro, nah, yeah, I'm going to here, dog. I'm not gonna.
It can be done. It can be done.
There you go.
And like I said, with you, man, Walmart, it's gonna run. I don't know if it's gonna slow down, but it's definitely gonna go up. That's where you buy time at to flip your money there, and you probably get in Palantir. Those are gonna be 2 small ones. premium low. You can get in, get 1 or 2 contracts, run, build up. Once again, the expiration might be far out, but if you hit your 100%, your 200% or whatever,
you scale.
That's it. And cash it out, get re-enter the play or get in another one.
Yeah. The re-entry. I forgot about that. We'll have to
So
talk about
my
another time.
suggestion for Walmart is just wait for a little dip because it's been dipping a lot. So just wait for another dip.
I've been waiting
then
on
get
Walmart
in.
dip forever.
It just dipped.
Days ago.
Nah, it just dipped. Oh yeah. Thinking you missed it. It dipped.
It had to dip a
What's the
few
date?
days ago.
Well, that's the one I got in, but the dip I wanted was $76.
Okay.
I wanted a $76 dip, and I was going to get an 80 expiration. I mean, an 80 strike. Then I was going to turn around and do an 85. I'm stacking the Walmarts. So after looking at it, I say this thing ain't going to pull back. It's running too hard. And they just, the market just said, gave this guidance that they got a price target of like $100 or something for the quarter. So I said, man, let me go ahead and get in here for this thing. I'll start running. So I got in at 79. And then that thing already up 25%.
Yeah, that's good.
In a day.
It went crazy.
I think mine's
What's in the 14th?
37%.
It's up there. I'm messing around with Walmart. Is this an all year round thing, Davey, with the Walmart, or is this the holiday rally? What is this?
Well, right now, like I said, because they just split. So I mean, Walmart, does its phases and things. Now next year it probably won't split, so we're gonna be in the hundreds, doing the same play, but rinse and repeat. I'm gonna keep getting in, watch the pullbacks, get in, watch the pullbacks, get in.
So you do 5% pullbacks, 10%, because it doesn't always pull back 10%. Like so, that's what I was gonna ask.
But that's true too. But once again, that's when you're looking at, because in essence, Trap wouldn't mess with Walmart because it would be considered a slow mover.
Right.
Once again, I got into it when it was $50. My first strike price was 63.
Okay.
It hit that 63. It went up and down, but it hit that 63. And Trap put my post on that because I was so damn excited, man.
I saw.
I did 2 contracts. It was at the time I did 2 contracts. I sold one at 100%, going through the process, and then the other one expired in like September, and he got the house money ran up to 300%.
Yikes!
Yeah, look at his face. Yeah, I can imagine.
and keep in mind, it's just 2 contracts, and the prices was low, but just the process of doing it the way we're supposed to do it, it all fell into place. Just imagine if I had big money in there. That's all.
Exactly. That's why I'll be over here. When somebody said something about ARM on Sunday, and I followed it on Monday, and that thing in one day shot up to 85%. I was like, nah, I'm definitely about to be a millionaire, dog. If it's gonna be like this, I come on.
When you get in the right money, that can happen for real.
I didn't know it could happen that fast. That was crazy. 85% in one day, man. I definitely got I think it's lucky, but this dude was. I was like, yo, thank you for the prediction. He was like, nah, it was no prediction because he uses something called the Wyckoff method, and I was like, okay, I gotta study this now. I gotta study what this is because he did it for like 5 other stocks, and I'm like, this dude is a genie. Like, how was he doing this? Like, how was he picking these stocks? And he was. It's crazy. He was just in here earlier, but he had left, but. It's ridiculous. I don't know how he was doing it, but he showed me the Wyckoff method, so I'm gonna try to see if I could chart it and figure it out. Shakola, do you use the Wyckoff method at all?
Never heard of it.
Oh, okay. You should look it up. I'll drop a video of essentially what it is.
Okay, cool. We'll drop it in the Patreon.
Yeah. I got you. Let me see if I can find it.
All right, y'all. It's been great. I appreciate y'all.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, y'all. Take care.
Good night.
Take care.
I appreciate it.